stock because there just aren't enough truckers to pay those prices. And this trend will likely continue. Some analysts are predicting that we'll top $150 a barrel this year. One I spoke to says a recession is inevitable if we reach that.
For now, oil prices back over $120 a barrel. A Justice Department crackdown on gun trafficking now includes the indictment of a man who bought dozens of weapons, many of them used in crimes.
The indictment charges that the defendant purchased at least 92 firearms, primarily handguns, from federally licensed firearms dealers.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland says 16 of the guns were used in crimes within 1 year of purchase, and they were found in multiple cities, from Texas to Maryland and into Canada. The suspect in custody is 31-year-old DeMontre Hackworth, charged with multiple firearms-related counts, including not having a license and making false statements. Police in Texas say a person with a gun has been shot and killed by responding officers near a summer camp program in Duncanville, southwest of Dallas. Police have received several reports of a gunman. No children were hurt. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Celebrating the graduating class of 2022, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in June, visit participating Burger King restaurants and say, I love the Whopper. And you'll get a free flame grilled Whopper sandwich with a purchase of any Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your family and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday in June. Available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Congratulations to the class of 2022 from your friends at Burger King. Be your way.
The killings of more than 12,000 people are now under investigation in Ukraine. Police confirming the opening of criminal probes as bodies are pulled from another mass grave found near the town of Bucha on the outskirts of Kyiv. Some of the victims with hands tied behind their backs. More than 1,300 bodies found in that area alone since Russian troops pulled out of the region in March. Lawyer Michael Avenatti, who's already in prison, now plans to change his not guilty plea in a federal case in California.
Avenatti is accused of cheating clients out of millions of dollars, but has not said which charges he plans to plead guilty to. He faces wire fraud as well as bankruptcy and tax fraud. Avenatti, who is suspended from practicing law in California, says he wants to plead guilty in part to accept responsibility and avoid further embarrassment for his family. The case is scheduled to be heard in July. Earlier this month, he was given 4 years for stealing book proceeds from porn actress Stormy Daniels in New York. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Avenatti's already serving time for attempted extortion involving Nike. A new canned cocktail emerges featuring a popular combo.
The classic bar cocktail of Jack and Coke is making it official with its owners Coca-Cola and Brown-Forman. They're joining forces and launching pre-mixed cans around the world starting in Mexico later this year. The drink will contain about 5% alcohol depending on the market. There will also be a version with no sugar. Both Coca-Cola and its rival PepsiCo have been expanding into alcoholic drinks. Coke has introduced Topo Chico Hard Seltzer and Simply Spike Lemonade, created in a partnership with Molson Coors Beverage. Coke also made a deal with Constellation Brands to introduce a line of canned cocktails under the Fresca brand.
Fox's Hillary Barsky recapping the Wall Street sell-off. The Dow drops 875, the S&P nearly 4%, the NASDAQ more than 4%. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with Dad.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservation.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The man who died in yesterday's fatal crash in Barragata has been identified as a 24-year-old Totu man. Gerardo Tenorio was driving his red Nissan Xterra yesterday morning along Route 8 when he apparently lost control of his vehicle and crashed. GPD spokeswoman Officer Berlin Sevilla told the Guam Daily Post that the crash happened about 2:41 a.m. by the Jackson Street in Barragata. Highway Patrol investigators found that Tenorio ran off the road and collided into the Noritake building. Medics performed CPR on Tenorio and rushed him to U.S. Naval Hospital where he died. The police investigation is ongoing. According to the Post story, Tenorio worked with the GFD Fire Suppression Bureau and has been a GFD firefighter since 2018. He's also remembered by his friends and family at Father Dueñas. The investigation again continues. Meanwhile, police haven't released any new information in the investigation into another fatal crash that took place on Marine Corps Drive, in which the driver of the Jamaican grill van was killed after he struck a concrete pole. That crash took place on Friday in front of Vince Jewelers in East Agana. An investigation is underway after authorities were called to a report of a small boat that was found abandoned along Tumon Bay yesterday morning by a group of fishermen. GPE, Guam Customs, and the U.S. Coast Guard all looking into the vessel that was found along the shore near the PIC in Pakstar. The boat has been impounded while the investigation takes place. It's a boat that was said to be, it's red and was named Horny Hooks and had the number CM267PU. Wet swim apparel and food and beverage debris were seen near the boat. Officials aren't speculating on if the vessel may have been distressed or if it may have been transporting a group of illegal immigrants. We'll have more news right after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services that you want to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Teachers should see the bump in their pay this pay period, but the raise is not exactly what was expected, leaving many disappointed. The Post reports the educator pay plan, although implemented on May 23rd, amounts were less than what was expected. The pay scale effectively provides a 20% increase in pay, but the outgoing superintendent says the paychecks issued on June 10th only reflect the raise for the 4 days that the teachers worked. John Fernandez says based on the daily rate, teachers will receive the 20% for those days worked. He does point out that there might be some differences seen between those who receive their pay under a 21 pay period schedule or the 26 pay period schedule. He says that some teachers may not see the increase fully until they return to school in the fall. And with the cost of everything going up, a bill was introduced at the legislature by a group of Republican senators seeking to give some relief. The bill, introduced by Senator Jim Moylan, Tony Yata, Frank Bloss, and Chris Dueñas, would put a temporary exemption on the business privilege tax on food items and food ingredients. The exemption until August 31st of 2024. It would require a visible BPT statement on customer receipts showing the tax was not levied And no public hearing has been set for this bill just yet. And the governor is set to give her State of the Island address. It's scheduled now for June 22nd. That's next week. The governor has been recovering from a respiratory illness. Meanwhile, senators have also been called into session on Tuesday, the 21st, for the state funeral of the late Senator Pilar Lujan, who died this weekend at the age of 92. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
They finally acting on my idea. Somebody is finally at the legislature trying to lift a finger and help out generally everybody on Guam that eats. So no more taxes if this bill goes through and signed into law by the governor. Fat chance that we would allow us a reprieve from paying business privilege tax on groceries and food ingredients, right?
You think we'll feel that, man?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know what it's like,
hopefully,
though, son.
Hopefully they pass the savings along.
We'll see. I mean, how much worse can it get? Have you done your shopping? Have you seen the empty aisles? Yeah. 6:11 in the morning. Here it comes. The weather. We'll get those guys on the radio talk about that. And why it's temporary. You know, government Guam seems to be doing all right. They got all that money and they've made all that excess dough from the budget. Isolated showers in today's forecast. Mostly sunny. Daytime highs near 89 degrees. It'll feel like 94. That's the magic of the heat index. East winds 10 to 14 miles an hour, gusting as high as 18 miles per hour. Tonight, there's partly cloudy skies returning to the forecast with some isolated showers. Lows about 77. East winds up to 13 miles an hour. I've got mostly sunny skies in the forecast for tomorrow. Partly cloudy skies tomorrow night. 30% chance of rain. I could hear the wet roads through the window pane of my office here, indicating to me that maybe that 30% has already fallen on you. Maybe that's as good as it's going to get today. Sunrise at 5:54. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:49. Take a look at the weather map here. Give you an idea of what the hood looks like. There's still some mixed weather around here. We got some clouds. Look at that. Kind of a pattern. Are you seeing the pattern? Yeah, there's a rotation. It looks like there's rotation of the snotty weather out in a neighborhood. So we're in the middle of some right now, and there could be some coming in from the east a little bit later on today. 6:12 in the morning. There's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific now for 67 some odd years.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Well, I know they gave me this for my birthday, like last year. And I wear it from time to time. And I was thinking about wearing it depending on what kind of hair moments. Because yesterday was full of bad hair moments. So I thought, I bet I should have a hat standing by in case I need it. So if I start to, get those weird things floating out, make me look homeless, then the hat's going on. It's Ron and Ken over at Security Title. They can get one for you if you go golfing with them, A, and B, maybe if take advantage of some of the great services that they provide over at Security Title. You'll get a hat as well.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
You know what occurred to me yesterday? It was a Monday, and I don't know what the heck was going on in my head, but I forgot to ask Post Canteen VFW guy whether they got a winner. Apparently, there was no winner in the jackpot on Friday night.
So it is where?
It's almost $4,000. What? It is. It's closer to 4,000 than it is 1,000. You know, I'm just rounding it up. I'm trying to build up some excitement, put a head of steam on this thing.
It, man.
So everybody shows up at Post Canteen on Friday to win all that dough that they're doing in the contest. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Am I thrilled here to be on the radio again? Is on a Tuesday morning? Did everybody have that dream where they thought today was going to be like Saturday morning and you almost missed the alarm? Okay, so I'm the only one. At any rate, but I'm thrilled to be here and hang out with you. Tuesday, we got a lot of stuff on the docket to talk about. A lot of items in the table of contents that I think are going to be rather interesting as we continue the broadcast to push towards 10 o'clock in the morning. That guy over there, that's the real Joe.
I get it.
He gets the phone when you call 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the telephone number around here. The meme machine is online and working because you can tell because I get stuff like this. I put this up during the break while the news was playing. It says, heads up, if you're feeling sick and sweating while filling up your vehicle with gas, you may have car owner virus. What? You can do better? 797-8255. Send up your funny memes. Also played a video of, and it came from Pam up in the village of Zigo Town, and apparently driving around where there was some kind of fire, some kind of a big fire punching through. I thought it was sunrise, and then somebody said, "Oh, that's a big fire," and I thought, "Is it?" I guess it is. That looked like a fire to you, real Joe?
Yeah, waste energy, Ray. Right there, man. And
you know,
believe it.
Everybody's doing something like that. So I don't know. I was just getting ready to say, wow, that's a gorgeous sunrise you guys get.
I heard it was Santa Rosa.
Right up there at Mount Santa Rosa. It's just a beautiful spot. I wonder if it's cooler up there at the top of Mount Santa Rosa by the globe. Do you suppose it's a little bit cooler up there for the people that don't know, or maybe it's hotter because it's closer to the sun?
Maybe, yeah.
Which is it, Pam? Do me a favor, call one of those Titanos and find out what if there's a decent enough break from the heat that we've been getting. I don't know. It felt a little bit cooler yesterday, and so I was a little bit more confident running the air conditioner. Of course, the My Energy app sent me a note today that said I was an idiot, and was actually.
Is that what it told you?
It says, yeah. So you set your thing at 50. I think we're going to do about 78 today. You dumbhead. What's the matter with you? It's hot outside, and you don't need to run the air conditioner at 61 like Montecillo Tyron does over at her place. 6:17 in the morning. Good morning, Mona. How you doing there?
Half a day.
And we're all a little bit excited here. Actually, we're pretty excited. We talking with Cousin Troy and the team over at Candid, and we have got the date now. It's going to be July 7th.
For the LT thing.
For the LT thing, that's right. We're referring to it as the 7 and 7.
Hold on, because I got to read the chat.
It was going to be Coke and 7, but
I wasn't reading the chat. It's
you
on
weren't
silent.
reading the Yes, it's July the 7th.
Okay.
And we'll run it at 6 o'clock. We now the governor debate we started at 5:30, and then that meant we had to move Bob Klitsky and Tall Tales over to start at 3:30 instead of 4. Mm-hmm. And if you were listening that day. And, in fact, the following workday after that messed everybody up. You know, because they've got, Joe, you know this as the producer. Yeah. There's certain benchmarks that you get in there. Big halftime show, all of that stuff. And because they'd moved things over by a half hour, they weren't sure really where they were in the formatics of the program. It took them a couple of days to get over it. So we've decided, we'll just start the lieutenant governor thing at 6 o'clock and go until 7:30 or until somebody gets sick. What? No, I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to say? Was that the quiet part that I'm not supposed to say out loud? Sorry about that. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning, and as I said, lots and lots to get through. Ooh, look who's there. Janine Bloss is checking in this morning. Hi, Janine. Nice to see you. Okay, so phone number 888-8255. Meme thing is 797-8255. Hit me up on the emails and things like that. You can do, we've got all of the different ways that you can communicate with us. Let me just check real quick to make sure we've got some dudes. Yep, dudage seen here on the YouTube side. Have we had a sighting of James Howard lately?
No, man.
Not in a couple of days. I did not see. I don't recall seeing him yesterday.
I already had monkeypox.
Kitsutsu in Japan saying, GM, good morning. And I will send you the yen exchange rate on the WhatsApp. Okay, that's cool. Who's your big daddy? 06 online, Gemma Bustamante on the this on the YouTube side, as well as Rico Blancaflor and Lynn's checking in. is online on the YouTube side, throwing smiley faces all around. So we'll get around to the other guys in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, a couple of thoughts that are in my head before we get started. Remember Jerry Roberts yesterday said we need to start watching that video on Netflix about social media?
Yeah.
I watched the first, 20 minutes of it.
Are you a changed man?
No, well, it was kind of. I don't know how much extra drama they threw in it because it was going on Facebook, but there were a lot of people really, really breathless about what they've done and their part in turning social media into the biggest form of Big Brother / dopamine, hit kind of people.
Good drugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a drug that comes from inside your head. That bias confirmation, that's a real thing.
I'm hooked.
And so when social media, when you go looking for, as an example, Asian chicks in bikinis.
Never heard of them, Ray.
On your Instagram. If you like one or there's a video with Asian chicks in a bikini and you watch the whole thing, it remembers that about you.
3.5 seconds. Ray,
exactly. And where did you stop it? Did you squeeze, unsqueeze on the
enlarge? Did you enlarge on this one, Ray?
Exactly. Well, I'll just tell you right now. Most of you that send me pictures, I'm largening and I'm doing this all the time, so keep them coming. Anyway, 6:21, and then the other thing. Well, I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. But the other thing is my baby sister Mona Silva Tyron said horny hooks.
I know. I almost died in here.
Oh my God!
I almost needed medical attention.
And then I see that whiplash. How do you not laugh?
So it held it in. It held it in. 6:21. I'm sure everybody else did as well. What's the name of the boat they found at?
Horny hooks.
Horny hooks.
Wow.
That's
what would you name your boat, Ray? Never mind. I
have a committee. I've got a naming committee that is working on that right now. Anyway, 6:22. Lots and lots of people to play around with this morning. I'm not the most entertaining person on the program. If you're watching and playing around on the Facebook side, there's a whole lot of better-looking, smarter people than me right there.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
It is a fire at Mount Santa Rosa. It's exactly what you said it was. I got pictures coming in. This one from April Flowers Shelton, who's a part of the broadcast here this morning, sending that up. So, okay, do we know if oh, look at that. Hey, I've done this. Big fire.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing is like me and my hiking buddies would love a fire like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, 6:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Let's take a look and see who's playing around just a second. It's a long video. Whoa. This could go all day. Anyway, so let me take a look at the Facebook and see who's playing around with us this morning. Who is it? Who is number one on the official app? Man, look at that fire! It's raging. If you're not, if you're just like listening to the radio, you're missing out. Wow, it's close to a home.
Yeah.
Where's the?
Not good.
I'm just gonna ask a pretty obvious question. Where's the fireman here? Do we see any firemen around?
Yeah, I mean,
somebody's
water's
house?
tight right now, Ray.
This is true. Yeah, that is kind of, oh, wow. See if you can find a fireman guy. And see what they've got to say about that Mount Santa Rosa fire, and hope everybody is okay, and hope they're able to, before too much longer, put that fire out, or maybe it's going to put himself out. Okay, we got a guy on the phone. That's all we need. One
there
guy.
We go. He's making it happen.
Just meme on the thing, bro.
Where's the hose, bro?
He's
like, man, you see my water bill?
Yeah, he's taking pictures of it.
Yeah, he's not scared.
I could feel it from here.
Yeah, almost. That's odd. All right, number one here, Pam Duvall, the mom of the program.
No, Hot Sister.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, Hot Sister
cousin.
of the program. I might have clicked out of this, and I might be actually missing the number one name. We'll just give it to Pam anyway. Pretty Sarita Garin, and something. Where's everybody's head? Sarita actually wrote this with the same fingers that she uses to caress her children. When your fart is hot and silent. What, Sarita? What did you eat last
steamy.
night?
I think she's been hacked.
Could be.
Yeah.
Janine Bloss sending her bonuses. Rico B's online. Lucia Fleming Wood. Mike Grace Bloss says, wear the hat. Frank Menno, we were talking about money saving over at the, on the BPTs for groceries, et cetera, et cetera. And Frank says anything to save some money is better than no savings. I hear it's about 30 cents saving the liquid fuels tax. Yep, that's about right. That's what I'm hearing from over at the legislature. But the only bill that I think they're thinking about sending out of the committee is Joe S.'s bill, right?
Correct.
And everybody else's good idea bills, forget it. If you're not the committee chairperson, you're not going to get any love out of that one. And it accomplishes some of the same things, but it's temporary. It's a temporary measure, and I'm not crazy about those. If it's good enough for temporary, it's because there's no end in sight, guys, to what's happening economically in this town and in this country. More on that before too much longer. Post Canteen says no winner at the VFW on Friday night, $3,360.
You were right again, Ray.
Almost $4,000 worth of winning at VFW. So get into it Friday night. Marie Diaz is online. I see Colin Clark there, Harvey Egna watching the program. Good morning to Brennan Fausto. Dennis Larson, the B-man, is there. Mike Grace Bloss says concealed the comb over. It's not really a comb over. I mean, it's the part is exactly where the part has always been all of my life. A comb over is what you do when you got is when your part is like right over your
starts
ear
from the chop
and then goes over the top. I'm 60. I got thin hair. Nothing I can do about that. I'm thankful I have hair. My grandfather died. He was bald. Let me see. Lena McDaniel online here. I got Joe Antitano, William John Shadon, Chris Valencia. Good morning to Joe Antitano, Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, Zerald Young. Good morning, Leslie St. Nicholas, Carl Meyer, NMI boat registration. Question mark from Carl Meyer. I thought so, too, when I saw that.
Yeah.
So the CM would be Commonwealth Marianas?
Yeah, I've heard it was a saipan boat.
Snakeheads.
I don't know, man.
Snakeheads. Hey, look, it's possible. We've had that happen in the past, but normally the guys will pull in at somewhere up around Runau or Letekzen or something like that, dump people out, and then go back. But it is possible these guys decided, oh, what the heck? Let's just stay. We'll keep the boat, go fishing.
They look like new tourists.
Get some palaxi. go hunting for that. And Hong Kong says Colin Clark. I see Valerie S.A. Untalan. Morning. It's only Tuesday. Drink more coffee. Okay. I have not had a cup of homemade coffee in about a week. I'm trying to drink more water. I know. Shush.
Sorry, man.
Shush. I just think your body when you're trying to be healthy. I mean, you get it into your head. Your body starts going, okay, well, don't do this, do that, and I'll try to eat healthier food. Tinalika Neovermosis. Surrounded by Asahi Super Dry. It's keto. But anyway, so I'm trying to drink more water and not as much coffee. But I still need the caffeine. I still need a kick of caffeine. So, Mr. Brown, I've gotten used to those iced coffees. So I got a Mr. Brown cappuccino this morning. I'll alternate with the regular black coffee that they've got and just go back and forth. But only one a day.
You know, there's a ton of sugar in there.
Shh.
Oh, here we go.
Just letting you know,
okay.
because he's been very anal about the sugar intake.
Oh, he is.
Arnie Hooks from the CNMI. What kind of cargo do you think they were bringing in? Jerome McDonald, a lot of San Diegans are basing their car the south of the border. Tijuana, Mexico gasoline, unleaded, is $3.62 a gallon. Let's go, Brandon. Henry Manglotnia, Buenos and half a day. Dennis says, Arnie Hooks from CNMI probably brought some new Chinese talent for the Buy Me Drinky bars. Don't tell me that kind of thing goes on here.
The massage spas.
I'm shocked and amazed.
The massage spas.
Where are we going tonight?
Donna Mila Martinez. Dave Lazard says, good morning, Ray and the Point team. What craziness are you going to reveal today, Ray? I don't know. I'll find something in the mix. I got Pam Duvall, Spicy, Sarita, Mike, Grace Bloss, RJC, talk to your boy, Jay Rojas. Even Donna Mila is going hot and silent farts. What the? So from Sarita, where's a whole different side of her. Bob and Connie Bartonico watching. Hey, let's go running soon. These are my 5K buddies, and we made a big deal through the month of May because there were a bunch of 5Ks, and then all of a sudden it gets to be June, nothing. What happened?
Dried up.
Where'd it go? Hey, all you people looking for fundraising opportunities.
It got hot.
Yes,
It
did
got
get
really,
hot.
really hot.
wait until the
sun
rainy
comes
season
up a
starts.
lot earlier.
It does. Heather Perez online. Ken LG, USDA reporting food inflation at 6.5% for April. If only that were true on Guam. New York steak a year ago, $7.99 a pound. Yesterday, that same New York state, $12.99 a pound, just a little over 6.5%. 401ks and IRAs. Brad Wood says, I'm not looking. William says, John Shadowin, Ray, do you remember me calling in back in September saying that a new hospital wouldn't be built and that there was an economic downturn coming? I believe I do recall that telephone call. And but it's hard to say because there's lots of people that are saying, yeah, new hospital. Dream on, lady. Dream on. And it's certainly not maybe in my lifetime. Ismael Velez, one of the largest pork processing facilities in the U.S., is shutting down. Oh, no. Time to eat, Ray.
Bacon? No. Don't hit the bacon, man.
The chicken. Have you priced chicken wings lately? I mean, have you gone someplace? It used to be, on a good deal, a good night, the deal was like 25 cents per chicken wing, and you get a huge basket of these things. And we got the shrinkflation now, same basket, same price, but far fewer chicken wings. Dennis Larson, Bitcoin down to 23,000 today. Is that where the number is? Real Joe's going to check on that. Jose Tetpago, Ralphie Boy Torres is. That's the deal. Ralphie Boy Torres is visiting. That's why we've got the horny hooks in town. Thanks very much there, buddy. Smuggler, says Frank Meno. Ismail says, who does number 2 work for? With the economy in shambles, the border non-existent, violence at an all-time high, and our hard-earned taxpayer money being shipped overseas, I'm starting to think that Brandon is a really old number 2, and Dr. Evil is somewhere devising the final blow. The worst is yet to come, and I don't mean sharks with friggin' lasers on their heads. Hot Pica Sarita, hey, we used to get $10,000 a head from Saipan to Guam back in the day. Mira Stribe is watching. Marie Arejo Kanget. Good morning to Jose Tetpago. Brace yourselves because the crash is on the way to where America's day begins. Mario Agigi Buenas from him. Belen Sidell with multiple Valentine's likes here as usual this morning. Greg Fausto, Sarah Lake, Harvey Egg, and plenty of pork running around Cross Island Road. Chris Watson, Bitcoin. He's saying 23,690 right now. Can you confirm, Real Joe?
Mine says 23,576, Ray. It's a major
so there's
drop.
Some from where it was yesterday. It was 27 yesterday.
27,
and like a week and a half before it was 31. So you guys in Bitcoin land, I know, what are you guys going to be selling? Are we selling or are we buying? Are you getting out? Is there a bottom in sight for you? Are we going to go back to seeing Bitcoin for 300? Then I'll buy again. Yeah, I'll buy. You know who I'll check? Rudy Magallanes is the guy. Dennis Benzer is saying buy. Dennis, can I borrow some money? I'll tell you what. I will buy Bitcoin. I will buy me a Bitcoin at $23,000 if you give me the money. We'll start the GoFundMe right about now. 6:33. As I said, lots and lots to talk to here, and concerns being raised again about the age of your morning host.
Oh, yeah.
No, not the morning host. They're talking about, I get this blast from Axios, A-X-I-O-S A-M. Mike Allen is the guy behind it. And today's big story on Axios is the Biden age doubts. The likeliest matchup for the 2024 election pits President Biden, who will be 81, against former President Trump.
No way.
Who will be 78. Well, they're talking about likely matchups.
He looks so much younger than that.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, can you imagine? Biden wants to have a second term as a president at 81 years of age? Diversity and technology are making the workplace, home life, and culture unrecognizable for many older leaders. That can leave geriatric leadership of government out of step with everyday life in America. I think it already is, and disconnected from the voters who gave them power. Washington is run by Biden, arguably, who is 79 years old. Nancy Pelosi is 82 years old. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and in comparison, is young at 71. And Mitch McConnell runs the Republican side, is 80 years old. We got, borrow a word from Sarita Garin, this country is being run by a bunch of old farts. I'm serious. And it's not just, way up there. The average age of the Senate at the beginning of this Congress was 64.3 years. That is the oldest average age for the Senate in the history of the United States of America. 7 senators are in their 80s. And then the other part of this that you need to look at is how many of these guys are aren't new to the game, have been in the game since they were in their 40s and 50s. And, just you see where the country is, and you see who has been a part of all of the big decision-making and running the state and the deep state. And you just go, yeah, this doesn't feel like, a new and blossoming morning in America. It feels like pass me the Geritol and who has the prunes. We need significant amounts of prunes. There's never a prune shortage. Have you noticed that?
No.
Not with these guys in charge. Anyway, there's a whole lot more to talk about in the table of contents, celebrity birthdays, and Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point, and plenty more ahead. Right now, we got a breakaway for our first big look at news and headlines, and to deliver that, former Senator Mana Silva Tyron. Good morning, Mana. What's up?
Well, the man who died in yesterday's fatal car crash has been identified as 24-year-old Gerardo Tenorio. He was driving his red Nissan Xterra yesterday morning along Route 8 when he crashed into the Noritake building. He lost control and crashed. Police continue their investigation. Meanwhile, police haven't released any new information in a fatal crash that took place on Friday about 11 o'clock. This is when a driver of a Jamaican Grill van crashed into a concrete pole. That crash still under investigation as well. And officials aren't speculating on the discovery of a small red boat in Tumon early yesterday. The boat was found abandoned along Tumon Bay by fishermen. GPD, Guam Customs, and the U.S. Coast Guard all looking into that vessel. And the governor is recovering well and will be back to work and ready for State of the Island address, which is going to happen next week. The address is now scheduled to take place on June 22nd at the Guam Legislature. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Hey, what was the name of that boat again?
Horny Hooks.
6:30. Laugh like Beavis and Butthead. Let's look at the fire. Oh, fire, Beavis and Butthead, fire. What happened? Oh, it says it can't be played again. All right, that's fine. 6:36, we are getting videos and pictures of an apparent grass fire near somebody's house in beautiful Santa Rosa in Jigo Town. Hope everybody is okay. We'll see what we can learn from the fire department as the morning continues. You've got other pictures, other videos, other cool things that you want to pass along. 7978255. You're on The Point.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
I want my children to be healthy and safe for the new school year. That's why I made an appointment at the FHP Health Center for their annual checkups, vaccines, physicals, and dental exams. FHP pediatricians and dentists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. Receive a free gift with your child's checkup. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHP Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Right on, 6:38. So yesterday I was talking about hamburgers and because I was talking about that Trump burger, right? From Japan with the peanut butter and sloppy Joe in it.
Oh, God.
And so I get a call. I get this note from John Annan. It's like at 10 o'clock right after I got off the air, and he says, "Call me right away. You gotta call me now." So I called him up. I said, "What's up?" He says, "I need you to come by. We're testing out something for the new menu." I said, "Really? What's that?" It is because I was saying how this sounds like a great burger. I'd probably eat all of the meats and the proteins and stuff, but not the bread because I'm trying not to eat so much bread these days, right? And he says, "Okay, we're going to do something like that, but we're not. It won't be a burger. It'll have all of the burger stuff in it, but it will be like in a quesadilla." So you get a little bit of the crunchy quesadilla feel, and then basically the insides of the hamburger on the inside. So you're still getting carbs, but you're not getting as much is the thing.
How dare you, John Ananich?
He says it's going to be on the new menu. And another note, the promo on the ribeye steak for $15.
Wow.
That's going. Well, the ribeye steak is going to be there, but it won't be $15 anymore at the end of the month. So if you've heard us talk about this over at Sidelines, and you're going, no, you're not doing ribeyes for $15. Yes, they are, but for a limited time. So make your date and get into Sidelines game on sometime soon. 6:40 in the morning. I heard the traffic noise. Let me get that up on the screen right now. I don't see a whole lot happening. North end of town up in Jigo, Anderson Air Force Base. There's still a caravan of people trying to get up to Anderson Air Force Base to fly their drones. And they're getting turned away, which is why there's a little bit of a backup over at the front gate. But don't worry about it. It'll clear up before too much longer. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into Dededo, just intersection traffic. That's all you're going to see. Hardly anything. 1 and 3 over at Sang Song and all of that. Nothing major. 16 from Micronesia Mall all the way to 8, 10, and 16 running clear. Route 8 into town is fine. We got northbound, southbound Marine Corps Drive traffic that is also almost very minimal right now. Southbound or inbound on Route 4. Not so bad, and then southbound traffic all the way to Big Navy and Sumai. Also very, very minimal traffic here this morning. So enjoy the drive. 6:40 on the point.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th. Nice. 6:41 in the morning on screen right now. Video that you might have seen if you were on the back road to Anderson yesterday. The accident between a big truck, big rig truck, and a little car. And it looks like the little car got the brunt of the damage. But thankfully, told there were no injuries as a result of this accident.
Be careful.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's nobody drives slow up on that road. 6:42 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Tell you what, you get in a car accident like that one, you need a new car, then go over to NissanGuam.com. And check them out because they got new rides all over the place. And it's officially summer now. They've made that announcement when they made their announcement about the big summer promo that is coming up and some fancy ads that you'll see a little bit later on. But this is what you need to know. You need a new car. Maybe a high rider, maybe a little sporty thing, maybe a pickup truck kind of car. Ooh, Titans. Ooh, Frontiers. How about this? 0 money down. That's the one part of the deal that is going to be enticing to just about everybody, because I don't know a whole lot of people that can swing the 20% on a new car these days. So 0 down payment, number one. Number two, we got great financing, super flexible financing that they've worked out with the banks. And number three, 1.99% APR. I don't know, with the increases that the Fed is doing on interest rates and loans and things like that, I don't know if you can get anything lower than that. So check it out today at NissanGuam.com.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Studio time, 6:43, Ray Gibson Show, and Belen Sidel saying hello, Hafaday, and mabuhay from Mindoro in the Philippines. You might be wondering, where the heck is Mindoro? It's there. It's it's one of these little island kind of resorty places, and I'm looking at some of the pictures, going, "Hey, that's nice. Let's get one of those on Guam. Look at a little island with a little jetty, sandbar out to the side. Doesn't that look like someplace just be cool?
We have one of those.
Where? Where's
Focus
that?
Island. We even have a sandbar.
That was a Lupang Island like 20 years ago.
You're talking about the sandbar in the middle of Tumon?
No, the sandbar in the middle of Maritzo Bay.
Do they have?
Focus Lagoon, yeah.
Oh, it's a year, maybe and a half since I've been down to Cocos, but I don't remember. There being a sandbar kind of thing on the side of it. Certainly, you could walk and see if you could find some brown street snakes. I never did, or those little cocoa birds that they send down there.
You have to go at night.
Apparently so. 6:44 in the morning. Anyways, great to have Belen. Hurry home because we need your kind of hotness on Guam. Belen Sidel, Greg Fausto says might be Texas at 103 degrees. Last week we were talking going into the weekend. I'd mentioned that the United States is bracing for triple-digit weather. 45 million people under the threat of triple-digit weather. As it turns out, the new number is 100 million people. This heat wave doesn't seem to be abating anytime soon. And if anything, it feels like it's spreading. Harvey Egna talking about pork running around Cross Island Road. Yes, if there was, somebody had mentioned on the YouTube, the Facebook, that there was a major pork refinery, I guess, a processing center that has shut down, and that's going to hurt with the pork. But as has been pointed out, the pork, the baboy that we have here on Guam, there's nothing wrong with them. They're clearly healthy. I mean, you see them out there running around, and they're fertile. They got a lot of babies that they're making these days. And it seems to me that a smart person might be able to, not like Ray, okay, Colin, but a smart person might be able to snag a couple of those things and raise them so that you can later on eat them. There's nothing wrong with them, and I'm told that they're actually pretty good. There is, speaking of pig hunts, there's going to be another pig derby coming up. We got folks coming in to talk about maybe this week, not sure. Pam Duvall had a neighbor in the States who said she doesn't eat pork, only bacon. LOL, she was blonde. Melvin Santos de Laudette, yeah, bear for a while, talking about that with the S&P 500 going down as badly as it did. People are saying this is a clear sign that we are headed for a bear market, which is going to lead to the recession. Colin Clark, my cousin, cashed out with Bitcoin, bought a condo in Tumon. That's nice. Dona Mila Martinez, Mario Agagi. Does it sound like somebody's mom, right?
Yeah.
Reverend David Shelley, Marianne. Sandra Rage is complaining that I totally skipped her. I did not skip you. This is the first time I'm seeing your name.
Yeah, and also Jay Rojas, mahalos.
Mahalos to you.
And happy birthday.
Facebook does it to me every day. Whose birthday is it?
It's Jay Rojas' birthday.
Mine and Jay's.
Well, happy birthday, guys.
Recanat, Colin Clark says, out of an abundance of caution, EMTs will be standing by. Mike Boss wants to know where sidelines. Okay, do you know where Bix is, Marine Corps Drive? Like right across from the AK or the BMW showroom, there's Bix. So you want to take that turn right before it, right before you get there, and that will take you. It's a really chalunky road that they've got there. It might be among the worst roads that we've got here on Guam, but I think it's Republicans back there, so it will never ever get paved. But John Ananich, the sole Democrat, is occupying a place called Sidelines. Colin Clark asking, best place for breakfast? I'll leave that to everybody else. FYI, we are past the halfway point of the current Queen of Hearts board. There are only 26 cards left, starting with 54 and two jokers. Started with 54 and two jokers included. Look what I got: Richard Leon, Joe and Goko, Marisa Collins, warning you. Speed Trap, Airport Road, before Napa. That's what they're having for breakfast. Gina St. Nicholas online. Marissa says she's watching. That's good. Margaret Estachio, Richard Leon. I got Richard Troy Gutierrez. Ismail is here. Mike Perez. And let me see. There's a whole bunch. Do me a favor. Hit the share and like button. Blah, 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 blah. It's good for the advertising. Yada, yada, yada. Line one is who again?
It's your Lincoln Log update.
Lincoln
with Mr.
Log.
Adlet.
All right, got that. No, just Mr. Adlet?
Yeah.
We don't want to. It's 50-50 guess as to which one I got.
To deliver the lumber.
Is it Brandon or Landon?
It is Landon with your log update.
Hey, Landon, the Lincoln Log update. Happy to hear about that. Hey, do me a favor. You know what? As much as we're trying to support you and Habitat for Humanity, I must say that I was disappointed when I saw the thing go up on Facebook yesterday. You'd sent out a thing, and you had all of the other media guys except us. I'm like, wow, guys, wow.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. We're helping you out. We're telling everybody to go and watch out for you and go check this thing out. Raise some money for Habitat for Humanity. Am I getting pouty? I am getting pouty. You know how men are.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm sure it was an oversight, an act of omission, not commission, right?
I will make sure you are first today.
See now there we go. 649. Now the last post that I saw also included a shot of the area in the center court, if you will, of the Agana Shopping Center. You got everything taped off, and there is a tiny replica, relatively speaking, of the tower that you're going to replicate.
Yes, that was the model. That's really served as the blueprint. I went back and visited the Willis Tower in Chicago in 2018. I bought one of those old figurines at the tourist trap store, and I really like that. And that's been the basis for my whole plan and blueprint for this tower, believe it or not.
No, so you haven't gone to get any other artwork, any other anything else that resembles the Sears Tower in order to more accurately portray for Guam what it looks like in Chicago?
No, not at all. I have done some Google searches on looking at the blueprint and the architecture and the style of the tower, getting the footprint, the base of the tower itself, the length of the width, as well as the tower's height. And so I ran some calculations and ran some numbers and ballparked the height of each of the phase tapers, because the Willis Tower has a 9-column structure, and so those columns taper as you go up in height.
Okay.
And so I connected with the architects and ran my numbers by them, and it was like within inches of what we want to do.
You connected with the actual architects of the Sears Tower?
Not the actual architect of the Sears Tower, but some friends who are architects.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you ran it by architects that we know.
Yes, that's correct.
All right,
and
got
so
that.
they ran my numbers. I met with a civil engineer a couple of weeks ago. My friend Leah Matra, she connected me with a civil engineer from San Francisco, and I told him my plans, showed him the photos of the proposed building style and structure, and he gave it a hands-down full approval of our structure. So we hope we have no problems with height. We did have to take into some account any weight-bearing concerns from our practice tower in September, which was actually going to be smaller than this actual building in center court this week. So we want to make sure we take into account any problems with weight bearing. We don't want any columns to be buckling or collapse. And so hopefully we have all those covered. But we're going to be gauging things as we go up in height, make sure the columns are stacked nice and even, and there's no distribution of weight where we don't want it.
All right, yeah, I got that. Now, what is the scale? Is 1-to-1 would be the rebuilding the Sears Tower inside.
Oh, gosh.
So what is it? 1,000 to 1?
Let me think. I know the Sears Tower is about 1,452 feet. We're going to be topping out at about 20-some feet.
Joe?
We'll be revealing those details today, so I'm not sure what the scale will be. If somebody wants to calculate that in their head. I don't have my glasses on right now.
I don't have my glasses on either, and I don't have the calculator in front of me at this time. So 6:52. Have you laid the first logs on the floor yet over at the Agana Shopping Center? First of all, wait. Let me. Did you check for level? Number one, did you check for level first? And number two, have we laid down the first set of blocks?
Yes and yes. And what we have to do, we're going to be having a press conference at 1:30 this afternoon. We have a lot of breaking information that we need to discuss and get out to the public. But we did lay the first blocks yesterday. We needed to expand our timeline for development. But we have a little bit of concern with the tiles in center court. There's that big sun right there in the center court, and we're building right there to the side of it. But when I was laying down some of the foundation pieces, I was marking it off because we have to be positioned not at the very center, but just off the center, and we'll reveal those reasons later today. But the tiles, there's a little bit of imperfection in the evenness of the tiles, so we have to counteract that. But we were going to put some cardboard just to dampen those effects, but we're going to go cardboard free. And I think with our foundation, we beefed up our foundation level with about 6 layers of blocks just to kind of encompass any kind of uneven areas. And I think we've accommodated that pretty well because we are standing right now at 18 inches in height. So we're about 1.5 feet. And so that was our target for yesterday. We've modified our building technique based off of Guinness guidelines.
Yeah.
And we are making pretty good time versus what we were doing in my house back in September. We were looking at about 3 hours per foot. And we've brought that down just a little bit faster. So we are feeling a little bit more confident about our time frame.
Looking for now one other piece of science, because I know you guys, and I'm sure that you've scienced everything out, considered every detail. What about the difference in the humidity or lack thereof from, say, your home where the Lincoln Logs have been stored to the Agana Shopping Center? I mean, are you letting them air out so that they can absorb or release any moisture that might be in the wood?
Yeah, they're definitely out there in the open. We're going to keep them in center court all week long. And so they've been inside my house. And I tell you what, the temperature's been fluctuating whether I'm at home or where I'm not at home. So it goes from hot to day, cooler at night. And so it's much the same at the Agana Shopping Center. We're not going to be too concerned about the humidity, but we'll be watching things. I know it's been for 2 weeks in my house, and the temperature spectrum from the first floor to the top of the second floor is quite a profound difference. I'm estimating it about 10 to 15 degrees difference from foot one.
Did you just use a technical weather term on me? Did you, the temperature spectrum, you just weathered me, didn't you?
I'm sorry about that. I did not mean to.
That's all right. Hey, but before I let you go, so people can start watching you. I mean, if I went by Townhouse this morning after the show, would you be working already?
Absolutely. I'll be heading to the office to take care of some pressing issues. Even though I'm on vacation this week, I got to head over there, take care of some issues, and I'll be at the Agana Shopping Center at 9:30 to welcome and receive some of our volunteers and our witnesses that'll be on the first duty. But we will be building all day today with a press conference at 1:30. So please join us over there.
I'll do my best. A car's going into the shop today, so I'm going to have to be bumming rides from people. Anyway, 6:55 in the morning. Last thing before I let you go, when you mentioned temperature spectrum, are you and the guys in the weather game all freaked out appropriately about the temperatures that are across the United States of America? We were talking yesterday about that one place, Furnace Valley or something in Death Valley. What is it, 134, 135 degrees?
Yeah, we were watching that. I'm not too concerned about it because it's balmy and tropical here, so it doesn't really affect us, thankfully. But I'm seeing the Facebook posts and social media from friends and family in the Carolinas and also in the Southwest. Again, my meteorologist friend in Phoenix, triple digits, multiple days. So that is heat that I don't care to deal with. And so we are fortunate here on Guam.
Absolutely. Well, stay cool at the Agana Shopping Center, and maybe I will find a way to swing by and see what's going on the next couple of days. 6:56. One of the Adlet guys are making money for Habitat for Humanity. You can go and help them out with that process because Habitat for Humanity has not been able to do their big fundraiser over the last couple of years, which is the quiz nights. I hope that before too much longer we'll return to doing those.
Absolutely. Hopefully this October. We can get that quiz night spun right back up again. So we're looking forward to that. One last thing.
I'm sure Becky North has appreciated the vacation, though.
I'm sure she has. But our tower, again, is 18 inches so far, 1 feet 6 inches, and 5,453 blocks.
For the 18 inches that you have?
That's correct.
That in and of itself is a spectacle.
Yeah, the current official world record stands at 17,000 blocks. We are already at 5,500 blocks.
Keep it going. I'll talk to you pretty soon, bud.
Absolutely. Thank you.
888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. I think it's a big deal that they're doing. I mean, it's not every day that somebody chases down a Guinness Book of World Records for Guam. I participated in one with the Nissan guys. They wanted to have the longest procession of Nissan cars. Current record is held here on Guam with our Nissan shop, and it was a pleasure to be in the first Nissan car in the lineup. I was technically the second car because the first was one of these original Z cars, and back in those days they were Datsun, so it didn't count. So anyway, 6:57, 6:58 or so in the morning. Ray Gibson Show, and some of the things that we're going to be chasing down in the next little bit is conversations about. In my mind, these are big deals here. Is the fact that there's still $320 million left in the ARP kitty. Are we going to be able to spend that money? What should we be spending that money on? What have they been spending the money on? And then there's the other part about some interesting legislation and voter initiatives that are out there. I told Kenley and Guerrero now that he is a bona fide candidate, he can't just call in every once in a while. You want to get on the air as a bona fide candidate, you've got to earn the media. Well, today, page 2 of the Guam Daily Post, he has got some great earned media because not only has he put his name in the hat to become a senator, he's also introducing a number of voter initiatives. And these are things that frankly, many people on Guam have been asking the legislature to do themselves But they don't. They always say, well, I am in favor of a part-time legislature. And then when they get in there, they don't actually turn into a part-time legislature, because, well, I'm just one of 15. And then we've got, well, how about this? Let's go back to 21. Let's go back to a part-time legislature, but made up of 21 people. So the concentration of power is not down to, 4 or 5 people in the majority, which is what we've got right now. So he's got a bunch of interesting initiatives. We might spend some time talking about that. And, of course, another initiative that was announced yesterday among a gaggle of Republicans, which is let's do away with the business privilege taxes, the GRT, on groceries and food items and things of that nature. I'm crazy about the idea because I've only been talking about that forever. There are quite a number of places where they don't charge business privilege for groceries and food items. The reason is because they believe, as I do, that the government shouldn't be making money on things that we absolutely need to survive, like food. Stand by, 7 o'clock. Here's Fox News on the Point.
The Bears take over. And Lisa Brady, Fox News. Another inflation-driven sell-off, pushing Wall Street toward a bear market, with the S&P down more than 20% from its most recent high. The Dow dropping 876 points. The NASDAQ more than 500.
We're not the only country dealing with what we're seeing at the moment as it relates to inflation.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre pointing again to the war in Ukraine and pandemic impacts.
But the way that we see this is that the American people are well positioned to face these challenges because of the economic historic gains that we have made under this president.
Something Republicans continue to dispute, blaming the president's policies for helping to fuel inflation. The Fed begins its latest meeting tomorrow. The White House hoping for quick action on a bipartisan gun bill, which is still being written.
10 Republicans and 10 Democrats have signed on to a framework, a set of proposals that include providing federal grants for state red flag laws and expanding background check requirements for gun purchasers younger than 21. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer concedes the framework does not go as far as Democrats would prefer.
But it nevertheless represents the most significant reform to gun safety laws that we have seen in decades.
Negotiators are now working out legislative text. A final agreement would need at least 60 votes to advance in the 50-50 divided Senate.
Fox's Jared Halpern on the Hill. A common theme at the latest hearing of the Capitol Riot Committee, with close advisors testifying they told then-President Trump claims of widespread election fraud weren't true.
He said there's lots of fraud going on here. Told him flat out that much of the information he's getting is false and or just not supported by the evidence. We look at the allegations, but they don't pan out.
Former acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, the panel argues lies about fraud provoked the attack on the Capitol. America's listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good. Yes.
Ohio teachers can carry guns at school with a lot less training than before.
Ohio Governor Republican Mike DeWine signs into law House Bill 99 that requires school staff who want to carry a weapon to undergo 24 hours of training, significantly lowering the previous training requirements, saying the law empowers schools to protect staff and students in the case of a shooting, like the deadly shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where it took a long time before any help arrived.
We have had requests from schools to allow this to be done.
Ohio's bill would allow school boards to decide whether they would have teachers armed, and districts can still require more training than the initial 24 hours. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
President Biden signs a bill that could lead to a new national museum of Asian Pacific American history and culture.
Museums of this magnitude and consequence are going to inspire and educate. More than anything else, it's going to help people see themselves in the story of America, a story that makes us a better America.
The bill sets up a commission to study the creation of a museum. The president saying it comes at a critical time with violent attacks on Asian Americans rising during the pandemic. A streaming hit is returning.
It's official. Squid Game Season 2 is coming. Netflix giving the green light to a show that changed many people's perspectives on the game, Red Light, Green Light. The show's director issuing a statement teasing the return of fan favorite character Ji-hun, adding that the frontman is returning and fans will be introduced to Young Hee's boyfriend. Young Hee is the creepy animatronic doll featured in Season 1's infamous Red Light, Green Light game. The statement reading, "Join us once more for a whole new round."
Fox's Lauren Faulkner. Gas prices hitting a record high for a 17th straight day, $5.01 a gallon. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Half a day, it's 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. With the cost for everything getting higher and higher, a bill has been introduced at the legislature by a group of Republican senators that seeks to give some relief to some Guam consumers. The bill, introduced by Senator Jim Moylan, Senator Tony Atta, Senator Frank Bloss, and Senator Chris Duenas, it would put a temporary exemption on business privilege taxes collected on food items and food ingredients. The exemption to go into to last until August 31st of 2024. It would require a visible BPT statement on customer receipts showing the tax was not levied. Senator Moylan says while the legislation would impact the government's tax collections, he says the administration has stated revenues are exceeding projections. Meanwhile, an additional $1 million in American Rescue Plan funding was allocated to a homeless shelter, and $10 million more in direct pandemic aid went to small businesses, while a wage study and other programs had their funding cut in May. That from a report from the administration to the legislature on ARP spending. It says there is still $8.3 million left out of $11.7 million allocated for one-time direct cash payments to residents under Program Salapi to help them cope with rising gas and food prices, among other things. These are based on the report. Two senators showing $320 million remaining in ARP funds as of May 31st. And the governor will give her State of the Island address next week at the Guam legislature. Governor Leon Guerrero has been recovering from a respiratory illness, is now set to give her address. It's scheduled for June 22nd at the Guam legislature. We'll have more news right after this.
Celebrating the graduating class of 2022, Whopper Wednesday is back. Every Wednesday in June, visit participating Burger King restaurants restaurants and say, I love the Whopper. And you'll get a free flame grilled Whopper sandwich with a purchase of any Whopper combo meal. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Tell your family and friends and enjoy your Whopper Wednesday in June. Available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Congratulations to the class of 2022 from your friends at Burger King. Be your way.
The man who died in yesterday's early morning crash in Barragata has been identified as 24-year-old Gerardo Tenorio. He was driving a red Nissan Xterra when he lost control of his vehicle and crashed. GPD spokeswoman Officer Berlin Villa told the Post that the crash happened at 241 in Barragata. Highway Patrol investigators found that Tenorio ran off the road and collided into the Noritake building. He was transported to Naval Hospital. However, he did not survive. Meanwhile, police haven't released any new information in their investigation into the fatal crash that took place on Marine Drive when a driver of a Jamaican grill van crashed near the Vince Jewelers building in East Agana. The man also died in that crash. And an investigation is underway after authorities were called to a report of a small boat that was found in Tumon early yesterday morning. Guam Customs, GPD, and the U.S. Coast Guard all looking into the vessel that was found along the shoreline near PIC. Officials are not speculating on if the vessel may have been distressed or if it had been carrying possibly illegal immigrants. And if you're a drone flyer, be careful where you're flying your crafts. Air Force officials, security personnel interdicted a drone that was detected within military airspace. The drone was being operated by two individuals near Retidian at the Overlook. On June 11th, the operators were issued a federal citation. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray.
Well, I'm wondering, what was the article say about where you can and can't fly a drone?
Apparently 5 miles of a military installation and civilian airports.
That's true.
Without a federal aviation authorization.
Okay, but that's like all of Guam.
Yeah,
Guam's not that big. 30 miles top to bottom, 4 to, at the narrow, 8 at the wide. So it doesn't sound like it leaves a whole lot of space. And I can see somebody at Retidian going, hey, this is really nice up here.
Well,
let me fly my drone.
It's not saying you can't fly it. You just can't fly it without FAA authorization.
Where's the guy? Where's the guy with the pretty wife that cut my hair that time?
The drone guy?
No, the air traffic control guy.
Oh.
Well, we can also talk to the drone guy.
What do you call people who fly drones? Are they droners?
They're pilots.
Oh, pilots.
Yeah, they're Dude, they take this so seriously.
They wear jackets.
Don't
right,
mess
with
jackets. They got hats, jackets, hats, patches,
glasses, aviator
ranks,
glasses,
all of that. Oh, aviator like the president. I'm telling you, 7-11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Somebody do me a favor, hit me up with a map on the meme machine of where you can fly without having to go and kiss somebody's butt at the FAA for permission to get things like this done. There's a whole industry. We've talked to Charlie Hermosa about this. There's a whole industry that is waiting to blossom, but there's a few rules and regulations that are kind of still in place. In fact, Amazon.com they've been testing this for a while. Somewhere around, I read today that they have picked a town in California to be the first place where they will distribute almost exclusively by drone whatever it is that you're buying from Amazon. Now, Mana and I were talking in the last few days. There's family in the States right now, and you were shopping on Amazon, and the delivery address was where they are. So the kids got something to play with, and memories of grandma.
It wasn't exactly the same day, following day.
But they can in some cases do same day.
Yeah, I think the groceries you can get delivered on the same day. And some other things.
So can you imagine if you had the distribution capabilities and decent lift capacity of the drones? We're not talking about next day delivery. We're not talking about later today delivery. We're talking about delivery maybe in the same hour that you make the order. Depending on what it is that you're getting, how readily available it is. Stick the thing in a.
When you were ordering beer down in Tumon?
Okay, so I was talking about getting that done.
Okay.
It hasn't actually taken place. They want to use it for more life-saving features, like somebody's drowning and we'll drop a life vest on them from with a drone.
In some cases, that is a life vest.
Exactly. I'm out of beer. I'm out of beer. Help me.
Emergency.
Call 911. What happened? I drank the last Mick Ultra. You got to help me. Send it over by drone. 7:13 on the Ray Gibson Show. Here it comes. The weather for today. Is anybody going outside to take a looking whether it's raining or not?
Yeah, it's a little bit wet.
A little wet
Soggy.
outside. Okay, mostly sunny, though. Later on with daytime highs near 89 degrees. Winds out of the east up to 14 miles an hour with possible gusts to 18. Tonight, there's isolated showers. Partly cloudy, and overnight lows should be 77 degrees. Easterly winds again up to 13 miles an hour. About the same forecast for tomorrow. Isolated showers, mostly sunny skies when it's not showering. And it probably won't be doing a whole lot of that kind of thing because we're still technically in the hot season. Partly cloudy, overnight lows about 77 degrees, 30% chance of rain. Heat index over the next couple of days is going to be 94 degrees. There was sunrise this morning at 5:54. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:49. And I want to make sure I get these on because he makes such a great photographer out in the eastern side of the island. Jeff from over at Pirates Cove sends me pictures of what the sunrise is looking like, and it looks like another glorious sunrise coming up on that side of the day. And that's one of the ways that you know it's going to be a great day. You know, is what the temperature. What do you say it was? Temperature profile, temperature spectrum is over at Pirates Cove, and also what my Wordle score was. And since today it was Wordle in 3. I will go ahead and extend my good karma and super positive vibes out in your direction. At 7:15 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hafaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hafaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home. Carl Meyer, I think, is on Herodot. Where did he say he was? NMI? Might be somewhere. Do they have the American President Lines horny hooks? No, they should. I mean, look, the thing was abandoned here on Guam. The name's up for grabs. I'd take it. I would take it. Dennis Benzer thinking about that right now, wondering what we might be able to apply that name to. 7:15 in the morning, and portions of the program also brought to you by Subway. Eat Fresh Refresh is going on as we speak. They're taking a look at some of your favorite sandwiches and saying, "All right, let's upscale this. What can we do, say, with the roast beef sandwich?" And somebody said, we could put I'll bet it was a joke. I bet the guy was saying, we could put Angus beef on it. And somebody else said, wait, hold on. I think you're on to something. Choice Angus beef. And now that's permanently part of the menu over at Subway. So have that you can have it on its own. You can mix it up with some of the other great meats that they've got there, and multi-grain bread and veggies and toppings just the way you like it. At Subway, eat fresh.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
$7:16. Thoughts in my head is getting back home and turning on that documentary that Jerry Roberts turned us on to. There's going to be a very special Extra Point on Thursday, and it's going to be based on that. So I wanted to get the full impression of the show. But like I said, first 25 minutes of it that I watched last night, I'm absolutely hooked on it, and I'm disappointed that I did not get absolutely hooked on Stranger Things. Can I tell you why? Stranger Things, apparently the one of my favorite artists of all time. And this artist, I played in the house and just annoy the hell out of the family because she's got a voice that some people either consider beautiful and other people consider her jarring. Kate Bush. And she did that song, Running Up the Hill. And apparently it's a big part of the Stranger Things. And more people are discovering the incredible artistry of Kate, her voice, her music. Yeah. And she is now on, I don't want to say on top 40 because it's not in top 40 stations, but like alternative and rock stations. And believe it or not, there are still rock stations out there.
We've got Bush.
Running Up the Hill is the #1 song. It's getting an incredible number of spins every week as a result of its part.
I always thought that
of
her
its
voice
placement.
invokes so much emotion. Like, she just hits those notes in such a way that you just feel it in the depth of your soul.
Exactly right. And some people have done some analysis on this, and there's this. She's got this high lilt, and it is at the same frequency as a baby crying, which is why some people find
Or
there's a
violin.
whole lot of emotional depth in it, or
Wait,
that is just the most annoying thing in the world. Make it stop.
I like the Mother's Worth. Her
Mother's. Oh, I know the
Mother's
song.
Worth. That
Yeah.
was a song that I thought she did really well.
There's very few Kate Bush songs that, and I always felt like an outlier because there weren't a whole lot of people that were spending a lot of time listening and watching
I probably
performing
learned
artists.
it from you too.
Could have. 7:18 in the morning. 888-255-888-TALK. We'll take a look at what's going on the numbers here. It's another one of those bad days on the market here. S&P 500 is off by like 4%, which is not good at all. 151 points in the green, 3,749. The NASDAQ off over 4% to close at 10,809. They're off by 530 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average off by 876, but it's such a large market, it's a smaller percentage. 2.79, 30,516. The headline is screaming. The S&P 500 fell 4% to its lowest level since March last year, bringing its losses from its January record to more than 21%. The benchmark is headed for its first close in bear market territory after trading there briefly in an intraday basis about 3 weeks ago. Some on Wall Street say it's not an official bear market until it closes there. Stock's last bear market was in March of 2020 at the onset of the pandemic. Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 980 points, about 3.14%, and the NASDAQ Composite tumbled about 4.8. Major averages hit their lows of the session in the final 30 minutes of the after a Wall Street Journal report suggested the Fed would consider raising rates by 0.75% Wednesday, more than half a point increase that was currently expected. And so people are just basically saying, okay, maybe this is going to be a long time run away from the market. Where do we put our money instead? Bitcoin. No. $23,000 for the Bitcoin. We saw those numbers earlier here this morning. And is it continuing to dive down? Because they trade that in real time, right?
Yeah, it's 23,213 now.
All right,
and
and
it's
it was
dropped a little bit more.
Just in the last hour that we've been talking about this, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's time to throw some money in bonds. Where is the smart money? We'll talk about that as we get into all this. Maybe find a couple of guys that know a little bit more about this game than I do. Take a look at the commodities right now. I'm sorry, I didn't finish the entire report. Looking at some of the other markets, did anybody do good? The misery index is up by 6 points. Let me see. FTSE is off by 111. The Nikkei dropped 836 points. Hang Seng 738 points. Shanghai index down by 29, and the DAX loses 334 points. This is not a good day on the market. This, if you got a 401k, anything like that, investment accounts, don't look at it today. And maybe just let the envelopes pile up over a couple of months, because I don't know when it's going to get good again.
The Uganda stock exchange is up, though.
Oh, is it? How about that?
You didn't see that?
I did not, no.
You
Tell me.
didn't
I can't tell if you're being facetious now.
You didn't see the story?
I didn't realize there was a stock exchange in Uganda.
Well, I don't know if there is or not, but there will be now. They are reporting a $12.5 trillion fine in gold.
A fine?
That came off the news this morning.
Who are they fining?
They found a vein of gold worth.
Oh, they found
that they calculate at 12.5 trillion. Now you say, well, what does that mean? Because the known gold reserves in the world right now are 7.5 trillion.
So there's an opportunity you're more than double the amount of gold sitting on the planet?
How about that? Now, what will happen if this is true? Okay, and I'm sure they're going to send people in there. People probably in uniforms and guns.
Yeah.
I mean, you want your 51st state? There it is, right there. Okay, because we're going to go get it. So, but if that's true, if they've got that, imagine the price of gold could
drop.
Okay, and also it makes Uganda an interesting takeover target, doesn't it?
What you doing later? What are we doing? Uganda. Discovery of huge gold deposit has announced that it has struck a deposit of 31 million tons of gold ore with extractable pure gold estimated to gross 320. It's not a complete story that I'm getting off the citizen.co, so I'll take another look at that a little bit later on, but you're right.
Wow.
That is significant.
It's going to benefit all the people, Ray.
There was, I don't know, there was such a finite amount of gold. You'd think about it, and you go, well, there's plenty of gold to go around. Somebody calculated and said there's only enough gold on the planet to fill like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. If it was all thrown together in the same place, you would basically get to the top of that. And so, can you imagine, as we are this morning, plausibility of all kinds of other gold floating around?
Yeah.
Wait a second. So I should sell my gold now. Actually, people are doing that. The spot gold price now is off by $55. I'll take a look at that. Let me see. Gold, $1,820.20, off $55.30 from where it was yesterday. Is there a connection? Is it already happening? Is the gold, that valuable gold around your neck and your fingers and maybe your safe deposit boxes, going to be worth what it is now? How's that for the Great Reset? What have we got for Japanese yen? 134.4 to the U.S. dollar. And if you're buying West Texas crude today, $121.09, up by 42 cents. And I got Tapas frozen at 131.79. Still close to record territory. We'll see what happens when they unstuck that number later today. 724, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. You get him twice here today because it's Tuesday, one on the radio. And the other one in today's Guam Daily Post. The theme for today's article in the work zone is a manager's toughest problem. Riding herd over the food in the company refrigerator, making sure that people aren't stealing from each other.
That was actually number 2.
And making sure that it gets cleaned out on a regular basis. Yeah. I remember when I got that refrigerator, and my partner says, "Are you sure you want a refrigerator in the building?" And I said, "Well, yeah, DJs come, long shifts, and stick a sandwich or cold drink in there, and hopefully it's there when they take their break." And so the way to do that, the fastest way around that is put a lunch bag in there with a sandwich. And say, well, I got tuna sandwich in there, but it's not really tuna, it's cat food. And that should alleviate any of the problems that you have with people pilfering from the refrigerator. And a note, I started watching that social media thing on Netflix. Social Dilemma on Netflix, and I'm hooked.
Yeah,
I am absolutely hooked. I thought it was a little over dramatic with some of the initial testimony that people were giving, but I love the way they explained how these algorithms work, so that every time you go to social media, number one, it's doing confirmation bias, bang, dopamine hit, and it's sending you links and profiles and products and all of this other stuff that you're looking for or that will appeal to you anyway. And then, bam, there's a little bit more of a dopamine hit.
How far are you in?
About 25 minutes.
Oh, just wait.
It gets better from there.
Oh, boy.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and so that's going to link up with a very special extra point on Thursday.
We'll talk about it Thursday. I may write on this in the post for next Tuesday. Right. I mean, it is just, you look at this and it can't be true. But the people that are bringing the information are legit. And
they worked at all those places.
Well, not only that,
came up with all of those mechanisms.
I think it's the founder of Pinterest.
Yeah,
that said it's true. I mean, he's talking about this. I mean, it's just amazing what is going on. And you look at this, you go, whoa, okay.
I mean, we've all had the experience. I got lost in Pinterest for a weekend. For an entire weekend. I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, wow, every time I'd scroll up, and I'd find more stuff that was meaningful. I mean, it resonated in my life, depending on, and I wasn't in looking for anything at the time. Somebody turned me onto the site, and I went to it, and I didn't bother, with a search. I just said, okay, well, what's the headline on this, and started scrolling around, and it just kept taking me to places that I was very, very interested in.
Oh, I think Amazon does it? Do you ever buy anything on Amazon, or are you looking at a product, and underneath that it says, by 34% of people who buy this also buy this.
Yeah,
they're tracking you all over the place.
7:27 in the morning. More on that Thursday, or you can start watching the thing on Netflix tonight.
The Social Dilemma, Netflix. Watch it and get your kids in there to watch it with you.
Yeah, so they can understand just how they are being led by the little ring in their nose that all the kids seem to be wearing these days. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point here, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Are you happy? What is it that makes you happy? If you're not happy? What would it take to get you there? Let's explore that question next on the Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
When I was living in L.A., I would occasionally attend a so-called night school for adults where they taught subjects like develop a super memory, how to start your own part-time business, write your first book in 7 days, and things like that. The classes were fun, I have to admit that. Sometimes you met cool people. It was a cheap way to burn off an evening. So one night I decided to sit in on the secrets to a happy life. Well, who doesn't want a happy life? I didn't have extraordinarily high expectations for the class, but it delivered a whole lot more than what I ever imagined. The class leader was an author and a counselor. Today, that might be called a life coach. At one time, he'd been a hotshot real estate agent and an up-and-coming mover and shaker on the west side of L.A. He told his story of being a young man in his mid-30s, and he knew exactly what he wanted and what would make him happy, and how he went out and got it. First, he wanted the perfect house up in the hills. It would have an amazing view of the city. No neighbors nearby, a big pool, and a circular driveway. That was important. He would have the perfect car, a blue 1967 Jaguar XKE convertible. If you don't know what that is, you can search for it and see why he would want such a thing. Well, I wanted one too. Then he wanted a woman with the looks of a Hollywood actress and the moves of a model and a dancer, steaming hot all the way. The right house, the right car, and the right woman, he knew he'd be happy. He was doing well with selling houses, and he had plenty of money when he caught wind of a home listing in the Hollywood Hills. Seemed to be, now this is back in the 60s, seemed to be what he was looking for, and he knew there were very few other homes around it. He saw the house, made an offer on the spot, and it was accepted. Within days of moving into the house, he rushed on down to the Jaguar dealer and he bought the blue XKE convertible. Shortly thereafter, he was introduced to an exotic and beautiful woman, and he fell madly in love with her. They traveled, he showered her with gifts, and the life together was one big party. That is, until reality struck. He was having too much fun and spending too little time selling real estate, and eventually he was fired. When the money ran out, he lost the house, and he lost the girl. As for the Jaguar, he said it was a great car when it actually ran. In the 3 years that he had it, it was in the shop most of the time, and he sold it when he needed cash, and by that time, 3 years later, the car had barely 2,000 miles on it. Somebody in the class asked him if he'd been happy during this time, and he laughed, saying it was a fun ride, well, if it lasted, but more sort of like a mirage. When the girl left, it broke his heart. He realized it was the money that had kept her there, not him. In the years following this period in his life, he'd found great satisfaction in helping others find happiness. He also met the love of his life, and they had a son. They live in a small house far, far away from the Hollywood Hills. No circular driveway. And he drove a 7-year-old Toyota 4Runner. He loved his work, that he was helping to change lives. He loved his family. He loved his car and the home they were making memories in. He loved his life, and he was finally happy. He said the first part of the puzzle was his work. I like that because now I'm in a job like that where I get to help people in their job. Selling real estate had never fulfilled him, but guiding people to making better life choices did. When that happened, he changed, and that opened him up to yet other changes, such as his life partner, his wife. Now, so are you settled in on and in your work? Does it check off all the boxes that you need to have checked off? Are you happy? Or do you think about making changes in order to find that happiness? Got to decide. Got to decide what you want, what you really want. And then when you do, you follow those dreams. That's the Extra Point. be responsible, and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yep. Nothing like a swift kick in the butt to reorient you on what really is important at the end of the day. For so long, I felt my life was empty and unfulfilled, and then I finally got that water blaster from Home Depot, that pressure washer.
That was it.
Just enough, and it's not going to fleck up the concrete or anything like that. It's just enough to clean things up and get the concrete sort of white again.
Simplicity leads to happiness.
And I love mowing the yard. Love mowing the yard. My brother always criticizes me. He says, you make enough money. You ought to hire somebody to come to the house every couple of weeks and do the yard. And I said, you know what? I could, but I like doing the yard. I like getting out there and mowing and trimming and raking it up when it's over. And I like to sit back with a beer and look at how gorgeous the yard is today.
Yes.
Especially since my neighbor's yard's kind of ugly. So it's just one of those things. So but it's the little things, ladies and gentlemen. 7:33 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts and today's Extra Point. I've put the link to the Netflix show, Social Dilemma. It is on the Facebook side, and I might put it on the YouTube side a little bit later on. So take a look at that. Not now. Wait until the show is over, and then go and watch that, and then you will be ready, and your eyes will be open to an interesting special Extra Point on Thursday. Montecillo Tyrant's got to look at news and headlines right now. This one is being brought to you by, Rudy Rodolfo and the guys over at Burger King. Is it Wednesday yet? Tomorrow is Wednesday, and remember, I love the Whopper. Check out that deal. Also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kemet from Holiday Realty. If you got your eye on a house, are you thinking, this is the way I'm going to do it? I'm going to go and find, because I'm already living in a house, I'm going to go and buy me an investment property, and I'm going to lease it out to somebody. And if you want to know how the mechanics of that work and what the best ways in and out are, Auntie Loli knows. So check her out today at Holiday Realty. It's time right now for news and headlines. Off Amana. What happened out there?
A group of Republican senators have introduced a bill that would hopefully give some financial relief to Guam consumers. The bill introduced this week seeks to give a temporary exemption on business privilege taxes placed on food items and food ingredients. The exemption only temporary and would last for 2 years. It also requires a visible BPT to be shown on customer receipts. The man who died in yesterday's early morning crash has been identified as a 24-year-old Totu man. Gerardo Tenorio was driving his red Nissan Xterra when he lost control on Route 8 and crashed into the building near the Noritake building. Police say their investigation continues. Meanwhile, police still haven't released any new information on last week's fatal crash that took place on Marine Corps Drive. The man who was driving a Jamaican grill van was killed in that crash. Officials haven't released any further details. Meanwhile, there's also an investigation into a small boat that was discovered on Tumon Bay early yesterday morning. The boat was abandoned over by the PIC. It was found by fishermen who alerted authorities, GPD, Guam Customs, and the U.S. Coast Guard, all looking into that vessel. And the governor is recovering well and is scheduled to do her State of the Island address. It's scheduled to take place at the legislature on June 22nd. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Okay, gotcha. I'm going to put the traffic map up on the screen before too much longer, but I thought what I'd do now, since we were talking about drones, and drones that are being interdicted, if you will, by members of the armed forces, give you an idea of where and when you cannot fly the drone. I've got. Okay, I might get out of this here because I'm not crazy about all the pop-ups that it's sending by. But you can see in the center of the island that target there that shows you this is the 5-mile radius around the Guam International Airport that apparently you need to have some permission to be able to fly around in.
I think that's Tumon, right?
Yes, all of Tumon is all wrapped up in there.
That's weak.
There's a spot up there. It looks like over by Uncle Carl's house at the north end, and there's a big red ball around that. So I'm assuming that means that you can never fly around up there. And then of course you got the 5-mile radius around the center of the tarmac over at Anderson Air Force Base. So there's either side of the island. It looks like everything north of about, where would you put that? North of like Sinahanya, would be tough to fly around in.
Is this for like the serious drones or just those little toy drones that you can buy at like Kwangwa or Kosh?
I know we tried launching one near the antenna there where your antenna's at.
It was our antenna.
Yeah, and it told us, it said, no, you can't fly here, and it brought it down.
Oh, wow.
Who did?
I don't know. It said
somebody said?
Yeah, something sent a message to the drone control and said you can't fly in this area.
Did it?
And it brought
see,
the
that's why
drone
we got to
down.
get Charlie Hermosa on.
Yeah.
Charlie knows more about this probably than anybody else on the island.
But serious question, though. Does it apply to all drones, or toy drones also have to follow these guidelines? Because there's those little ones that you buy at the toy store.
No, I don't. And I don't think that. I don't think that's going to bring down a B-1 bomber. But you certainly got.
Can you fly those in, let's say, Tumon Bay?
You try it.
Just go. I don't want to.
or how about the $1,000 to $2,000 little drones that people have with just cameras attached to them? Are those
are not toys.
Yeah. No, they're not toys. Anything I got to whip out a credit card for is definitely not a toy. It's 7:38 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. More of that and other conversations. We'll find out. It's either Charlie Hermosa or Mayor Jess Allig, who is the expert at drone technology and drone rules and regulations. And what the heck, because it looks like Petey might be the only place, south of Petey might be the only place where you can confidently, without fear of anybody giving you a hard time, fly that drone of yours. It's 7:38.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Nandeska. Oh, Biro, acai dry, and it comes in the small one, and there's a new, wait, I gotta get this up on the screen. You sent me a tantalizing picture with no other information other than, here's 2 cans of beer, and I'm not sure which. I got the acai super dry in a small can for, I guess, small people or folks that aren't interested in, sometimes you're not interested in drinking a whole can. I don't know who you are, but not everybody wants to drink all 12 ounces of the sacred nectar. And then we've got another can of acai super dry. It's also Karakuchi, but I've never seen that logo. I've never seen that design. Now, acai's like any other major brewer in the world is they've got different flavors. Anybody that drinks the acai blue knows about acai super dry and acai black and things like that. And they're diet versions, and there's no alcohol versions of it as well. So I'm not sure exactly what that other big tall can is, but I'm willing to take one for the team if anybody knows where we might be able to find that. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. All right, we had the traffic music on, but I didn't actually do any traffic. So here's what I was looking at earlier. A little bit of traffic. Meeting up northbound with traffic coming off of Route 3 in Daydidu, and we've also got some traffic up at the intersection of Marine Corps Drive and Route 16. That would be the Micronesia Mall intersection. Route 16 might be busy in a couple of other places. A lot of intersections there. Yeah, and it just went red over at the McDonald's intersection on Route 16. A little bit of traffic at the intersection there and Route 10 Alpha. When you are on 10 Alpha, just a note here, I don't believe that this is the intersection. I think this is the speed trap that Marisa had written in about earlier. There was some photo taken up on Route 10 a little bit earlier today, and get that up on the screen so that you can see what I'm talking about. Traffic on Route 16 into the intersection of 8, 10, and 16, running a little bit slower than normal there. We've got dog and out traffic in a couple of locations. And why does it look like there's something going on around Harvest? Are they in summer school? Do they have car line in summertime?
They do have summer camp, but I don't know if there's car line.
It looks like they've got car line there. And seeing a lot of more serious intersection traffic in the downtown Agutnia area. There's the one over by, I was going to say Pokey Fry. Oh, man, I was going to say Pokey Fry. Joe!
Yeah, man, let it go, bro.
Console me. I need consolación.
It hurts.
Drove by there last night, and I went and checked out Phil over a
There's
venue.
work going on in their Pokey Fry.
I saw.
So I wonder what's going to happen.
Something's going on.
They're gonna bring back Club Cosmos.
Yeah,
bring it back, man.
That's where it was.
That's
man.
where Cosmos
I used to park in the
was.
back. Now I remember.
That's right, back parking. Oh, man. Okay. And then the rest of it. Oh, wow. Look at what's happening down at Big Navy and Sumai. Literally, looks like it's backed up by like a half mile. Even before you get to the bridge, you're going to be experiencing lots of slowing down as you make your way towards Big Navy. Were they find another drone up there? They're on the lookout for the owners of the horny hook boat that was found in Tumon. I don't know, but we'll find out. It's 7:42 in the morning. You got pictures of anything that might be going on down there that is more than just slow gate traffic. Let me know. 797-8255 is the WhatsApp number you can send that to. It's the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
Okay, near as I can tell, maybe it's just a change in the label. I've got Google Translate, and I'm trying to get Google Translate to work on this image. And apparently, what it says here is new Super Dry. It's still Super Dry, but it's new and improved Super Dry. I don't know how you improve on that kind of perfection. Some of you may go, Ray, is that really, you believe that? Is that your cup of tea? And the answer is absolutely. Asahi Super Dry, in my mind, is like the Budweiser of Asia. And I've been up and down a bunch of different places, and every Asahi Super Dry that I've ever had tastes just like if you get one on Guam, tastes the same as it does in Japan, tastes the same as it does in Taiwan, tastes the same as it does in China. Any number of places that you go to where they sell it, you will find that there is a strong consistency in the product, and that's kind of what we go for. 745-888-8255, 888-TALK is my telephone number. Do I have the island's favorite mayor on the line?
No, he's calling soon, but this is Bert Manansala, my
Bert.
very close, very dear personal friend. He's a drone expert, man.
Oh, crazy.
So he might have answers.
All right. Hey, Bert, welcome to the program.
Hey, thank you, Ray. Here we go again with the drone stuff.
What? They got, apparently somebody was flying around a drone up in the north end of town, a little too close to Anderson Air Force Base, and there was an interdiction. And I don't know whether there was apparently some kind of federal fine that you got to pick up on, and I don't know whether they confiscated the drone or anything like that. But based on your understanding, how do you suppose they saw that? Drones are small, and that's a fairly large area to monitor.
Yeah, these guys that are just like hobbyists that buy their drones, they know the set of rules already. There's this thing we call NFC. It's a no-fly zone area. And it's in your phone. Follow that thing. If it's red, do not go in there.
So the little app that you're using to control your hobby drone here will tell you right now that you should not fly. How is it that it will still allow the plane to fly or the drone to fly in those areas? Isn't there some kind of hardware code, some kind of hardware switch in the code? So if it detects that you're within that radius, it'll just say that you can have your drone here, but it just won't go in the air.
Yes, absolutely. You're correct. But some drones don't use GPS system, so you can't detect them, right? Like our race drone do not have any GPS system, so it doesn't show up. So what these guys do is they monitor it sometimes manually. They see it, especially now we have crisis going on. There might be some stuff there that they want you to see. Don't be snooping around there because you will get fined, right? Really. They'll put the book on you.
How much now? How much is the fine? It says here that these guys, the operators, were issued federal citations, no injuries or property damage, but somebody's going to have to open up their wallet. Is it a big fine?
Not really. It depends on what did you breach. They'll confiscate your drone and then they'll probably give you $1,000 fine. But that's just your warning. You do it again, you might see some prison time.
I was going to say that you're going to district court. I got you. That is so interesting. Now, all right, so and I'll give you that. I mean, there's some hard lockdown places associated with the military, but I was looking at a map a few minutes ago, and it did not have Big Navy. It didn't have the naval installation. Is that a no-fly zone?
That's a no-fly zone, definitely. Anything 7 miles around our airport, local and military, you can't fly around those areas.
But that's most of Guam. That's a big chunk of the island of Guam. And I see those drones. I mean, Tumon Bay. It's impossible to go to Tumon or Dunkas without running into somebody that's flying a drone. I personally believe they're spying on me, but I haven't been able to prove that.
No, this is how it works. When your drone is like beyond 250 grams, then it will not fly anywhere. I mean, it's hard. You got to go down south and fly those drones. But there are drones like the DJI Mini 2. Those are below 250 grams. They're 249 grams. So those can fly in Tumon area because they're lighter. They're smaller. They're thinking, oh, it will not reach any airplane. You know what I mean? And they have restrictions. So you shouldn't fly above 400. That's illegal. These drones can still go above 400, but it says there on the manual and even on the website, do not fly above 400.
Right. Okay. That's the DJI. That's the DJI Mini 2. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, that one can fly anywhere, but restrict your height. And right now, what we're getting is sometimes even there's no fly zone. If something is going on, there's crisis right now. Those drones also can't fly. They can prohibit them from taking off. It will not take off. It will just say something's going on. So
that is interesting. I'm looking at some of the specs on the website for it. So it's 31 minutes flight time, level 5 wind resistance, which is good because we get gusty wind around here. 10-kilometer video transmission, so you can see what it's doing 10 kilometers away. Ultra clear 4K. This thing shoots in 4K video, so your pictures are going to be nice. Intelligent modes and quick shots and things like that. Absolutely pretty technology. Is this available on Guam? Is there beyond the box have this? Can I go buy it?
No, we have them. We actually sell those. We are the DJI retailer here in Guam, so we have them available. But if you buy it from us, we will educate you. We will tell you what to do and what not to do. That's just our responsibility as people selling them. You know what I mean?
Where are you at, Bert? What's the name of the store?
Chronix Hobbies.
Dude, where's that?
It's right across Iglesia Ni Cristo Church in Harmon. We're right next to Rush Armory.
Oh, there you go. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. And so
don't bring your credit card, Ray, because you're gonna get broke.
That's why I put it on the credit card, man. Now this one here, the one I'm looking at is white. Does it come in any other colors?
No, that's the stock color, and then you can, it has LED. They're pretty safe, and we can show you those things. They're very easy to fly. And then a lot of people are worried about like wind resistance. No, they fly really good. Our record is from the shore all the way to Cocos Island and back.
Wow. Okay,
it's pretty far.
I'm digging it. Are there like is there a club? Is there a drone club that you got here with these DJIs?
Yeah, we have a Facebook page. It's called DJI Guam.
Oh, I'm low. Okay, so man, dude, like car's going in the shop today. If I can bum a ride there, maybe I will come by and see it. And just I'm curious now. What does one of these things go for? The DJI 2.
We basically sell them as like whatever you see it online right now. It says 600, right? That's how much we actually sell them. We don't charge shipping or handling.
Okay, so I'm when I go in on the with everything. So do you have the backpack that goes with it? Can I get spare batteries, battery chargers? Is there like a USB that I can whatever? There's everything.
That's $600. Actually comes with 3 batteries, and then you have all your plugs that you need for it to work. If you have a Samsung phone or an iPhone phone, it comes with it. And here's the kicker. If you come visit us, we usually let you guys fly it in our shop. So you know how easy it is to handle.
Yeah, I know. I just, I always thought it was too expensive for my taste. But I'm thinking maybe that's a couple of Programma Salapi checks. I'll swing by and take a look at what you got. Give me a phone number, would you, Bert?
It's 635 2222222. It's so hard to remember.
just keep pressing the 2 until the phone starts ringing, and that's going to work out. Did somebody want a conference on 2, or are you telling me?
No, that's the mayor.
2 is Mayor Ali. Bert, appreciate the time, appreciate the expertise, appreciate the opportunity to find out that one of my favorite toys in the world is now I'm going to say accessible. I always thought that they were $1,300-$1,400, but for six and change, that might be worthwhile. If you get stormed by people listening and want to buy one today, save one for me, all right?
All right. Hey, Ray, can I tell people real quick?
Go, yeah.
Yeah, for those of you guys that are flying these drones, please know your rules. They're right there on the instruction. They tell you your limits. They tell you where you can fly. Follow the rules, guys, because we don't want to lose this hobby, because one guy broke the rule, and then now me and Ray have to suffer. We can't fly.
Yeah, it's just like when they shut down Paseo. It's exactly like that. Bert, I got to run. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Again, thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the information. I do appreciate it. Now, 7:53. Got time to go check in with my favorite mayor, Guam's favorite mayor, according to Pika Magazine. It's Mayor Jess Allig, ladies and gentlemen.
He's Pika's best.
Hey, Brett. Dude, I'm
isa ka na fanan lati din na números at 1 too many 2222.
Color good, bro. Color good early in the morning. I like that. 7:55. Mayor Allig on the line. A couple of things. Yesterday, one of the headlines that we were looking out for is the mayors and et cetera are looking for more money. Apparently, hitting the caps on what they've got to be able to get rid of some of these abandoned vehicles that seem to be popping up all over the place.
Yeah, but I don't, it's not more money. It's just the authorization. We have the money from EPA. No, we have the money from EPA. It's just the purchase order limit is $50,000. So it's just the government procurement, and so we're hoping somebody's bill goes through, whether it's the speaker or Senator Sanogus.
Somebody's bill. Yeah, they're not in the habit of tzaddik these days over at the legislature. They seem to be moving just painfully slow on just about everything. We've been talking about liquid fuels tax and eliminating that so that everybody can get a break on the fuel that they're putting in the car that they absolutely need to drive around. And there seems to be taking a long, long time getting anything out of those guys that is going to have a meaningful difference.
Initially, our cap was 25,000. So this fiscal year it was increased to 50,000. But last year we asked for 100,000, but it was recommended that we make it 50 instead. So of course we agreed to the 50, but the 50 still doesn't work because you have the larger villages that won't be able to pick up anything beyond 50,000.
And can you give them your credit? I mean, PD's not so bad when it comes to abandoned vehicles that I'm aware of.
You can't based on the rules, but yeah, you can't. Not if you're issued a purchase order for PD, the trash has to come from PD. What we can do legally is I have to close out my purchase order, and my balance can then be given to another village. But, closing out my purchase order means if I have another junk vehicle between now and September 30, I can't pick it up because I've closed out my purchase order.
Why was it distributed that way? I mean, this is an island-wide problem. The mayors just happen to be the ones that are identifying it and seem to be the ones responsible for the removal of these vehicles. Not that there aren't any other departments or agencies in the government of Guam that should actually be doing the work. I don't understand why they parsed it out by village. It seems to me that and especially in places where you get these cars that are abandoned at the edge of the village. We have that up in Dededo, in between Jigo and Dededo over at Simon Sanchez. Let's flip a coin on whether it's going to be Melissa or somebody else that is in charge of picking up that vehicle. So it's an island-wide problem. Why don't we just deal with it on an island-wide basis?
It is, and so it really is the rules that are administered by EPA, and those things we can always revisit. But I think for us, the better thing was to just, have it done by law and not have to go back again and, deal with it.
Well, good luck. Good luck on that.
Yeah, that's all it is to remove the cap so that the larger villages can collect as much as they. And that's why at the end of the year, we'll end up turning in a balance or a balance because we couldn't use it all because of the
hence the thinking. Put it all in a big pot, and whoever calls it in, calls it in. It doesn't mean that. Some villages have a greater need than others, based on population.
Well, that's why in the beginning, last fiscal year, we did have the discussion to throw this back to DPW and let DPW do it. But then, of course, not everyone was confident that, DPW would have the manpower to collect all the vehicles if everyone from the island called DPW about an abandoned vehicle. Or would DPW go out and pick them up?
The police department or EPA? I don't understand. I still don't get why this is the mayor's problems, because it seems to me the response agency should be picking up the slack. 7:58. Before we get going, I was going to ask you about foster kids. So KUAM's got a story about how the number of foster kids looking for a foster home is about doubled in just a few months, and that's not good. We need to get more foster families involved. If you are interested in doing that, like Harvey Egna was, then find your village mayor, and they'll be happy to point you in the right directions. About a minute left. What are you going to do without Angel Santos? Sablan, he says he's running for the Ed board.
He's going to stay with us. Don't worry about it. But the foster families, I do want to say that we are very grateful for everyone that's reached out to us. When we started, there were 30-some foster families. We have 69 to date. So that it has increased, but we still need more. And there's about 550 foster children in need of a home, and all the government-run shelters are full, and all the NGOs are full. So. Yeah, we're still campaigning for
significant amount of need. Tell you what, we'll spend more time on that the next time we're on. It's a serious and developed subject, and the only thing that might be preventing people from becoming foster homes isn't we love kids, but golly, they eat 3 times a day, 4 times a day. You got to worry about food and keeping up with clothes and all of those kinds of things. So there could be a significant burden for a lot of families, and I know that there's ways to deal with that burden. And so maybe next time we talk, we'll chat about that. In the meantime, I got to break away because news. All right. Okay. I'll talk to you. There's Mayor Alligan on the line. More from him down the road. In the meantime, it's time for us to hit the road and find out what's happening around the nation and the world. Will there be another one of those sinister-sounding gongs at the beginning of the Fox News? Let's find out.
Around. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Wall Street now in bear market territory as the S&P fell more than 20% below its record set early this year, closing off 151 points. The Dow lost 876. The Nasdaq lost 530 over fears of rising interest rates and a fragile economy.
More pain is expected with the producer price index out tomorrow that will likely mirror or be worse than Friday's CPI. And tomorrow marks the beginning of the Fed's 2-day June meeting. Markets have swung wildly as investors scramble to decipher how rapidly the central bank will raise rates. That's a big reason you saw investors broadly unload riskier assets. And a big portion of those inflammatory pressures is driven by energy. So the national average hitting over $5 a gallon this weekend. And records, of course, are nothing new. 34 of the last 35 days we've seen new highs across the country.
Fox's Kelly O'Grady in Los Angeles. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president is working on solutions.
We know that that higher prices are having a real effect on people's lives. We get that. And we are incredibly focused on doing everything that we can to make sure that the economy is working for every American people.
The House committee investigating the January 6th riot held its second public hearing today, releasing testimony from former President Trump's Attorney General.
Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the House Select Committee he became demoralized over then-President Trump's claims of rigged voting machines.
I thought, boy, if he really believes this stuff, he has, lost contact with he's become detached from reality.
That video deposition was part of several interviews conducted by the House panel revealing top campaign officials tried to advise the former president there was not sufficient evidence of widespread fraud.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. The committee is trying to establish a link between persistent claims of a stolen election and the breach of the Capitol last year. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the FD Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th.
News.
The Navy pausing all training flights after 3 crashes this month.
As investigations continue in the crashes that have left 6 dead in a 7-day period this month, the Navy is grounding all non-deployed aircraft for the day as they put the spotlight on safety protocols. Naval officials say they will, quote, review risk management practices and do more training on error management. On June 3rd, a Navy pilot was killed during a training mission when his FA-18E Super Hornet crashed in a remote area northeast of Los Angeles. 5 days later, an Osprey crashed east of San Diego and killed 5 U.S. Marines, followed by the crash of a Navy helicopter the next day, also on a training flight. That crew of 4 survived. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
An Iraqi man who has been held at the Guantanamo Bay Detention Center for more than 15 years has pleaded guilty to war crimes charges for his role in al-Qaeda attacks against U.S. and allied forces and civilians in Afghanistan. The pleas by the prisoner, known as Abed al-Hadi al-Iraqi, will help efforts to resolve the long-stalled Guantanamo tribunals and wind down operations at the detention center. The Rolling Stones postponing a show in Amsterdam after Mick Jagger tests positive for COVID.
The band apologizing in a statement, but notes the safety of the audience, fellow musicians, and the touring crew has to take priority. Jagger also taking to Twitter to express regret, telling fans, "We aim to reschedule the date as soon as possible and get back as soon as we can." Some fans were in the stadium when it was announced the show was put off. The rockers are in Europe for their Stones 60 tour, last performing in Liverpool. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
At the box office this weekend, Jurassic World Dominion in the top spot, earning $143.4 million. Top Gun Maverick came in second, earning another $50 million. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness came in third. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Joyce Broadcasting introduces their unbeatable lineup of morning show. Hands down winners of Guam's morning radio battle.
Daryl Lizama grooves his way through Boss 104, playing Guam's favorite classic hits.
Morning mouth Ray Gibson shakes the cage on 93.3 The Point.
And now, we are proud to announce the Morning Blender with Kyle Mandapat, mixing it up at sunrise on Star 101.
If you're an advertiser trying to reach the most valuable ears, we've got the shows that listeners have been tuning into for decades.
One call gets all 3.
671-888-7346. That's 888-REIO.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with dad.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. The man who died in yesterday's early morning crash in Barragata has been identified as 24-year-old Gerardo Tenorio of Toto. He was driving a red Nissan Xterra that ran across, lost control of his vehicle and crashed into the Noritake building. GPD spokesman Officer Berlin Sevilla told the Guam Daily Post that the crash happened at 2:41 a.m. by Jackson Street in Barragata. Highway patrol investigators responded to the scene. Police continue their investigation. According to the Post story, Tenorio worked with the Guam Fire Department's Fire Suppression Bureau and has been a firefighter since 2018. He's also remembered by his friends and Father Dueña's family. Again, the investigation continues. Also continuing is the investigation into another fatal crash that took place on Friday along Marine Corps Drive, in which the driver of the Jamaican Grill van was killed when he struck a concrete pole. That crash took place at about 11 on Friday in front of Vince Jewelers in East Agana. An investigation continues after authorities were alerted to a small boat that was discovered abandoned along Tumon Bay yesterday by fishermen. GPD, Guam Customs, and the U.S. Coast Guard all looking into the vessel that was found along the shoreline near PIC. The boat has been impounded while the investigation takes place. Authorities are not speculating on if the vessel may have been distressed or if it had been a vessel transporting possibly illegal immigrants. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Well, teachers will see the bump in their pay this pay period, but the raises weren't exactly what they were expecting. Many are disappointed. The Post reports that educator pay plan, although implemented on May 23rd, amounts for far less than what was expected. The new pay scale effectively provides a 20% increase in pay, but the outgoing superintendent says paychecks issued on June 10th only reflect the raise for the 4 days that teachers worked. John Fernandez says based on the daily rate, teachers will receive the 20% for those days worked. He points out, though, that some might see some differences if they receive pay under the 21 pay period schedule or the 26 pay period schedule. He does point out that some teachers may not see the full raise until they return to school in the fall. With the cost of everything going up, a bill was introduced at the legislature by a group of Republican senators that seeks to give some relief for consumers on Guam. That bill was introduced by Senator Jim Moylan along with Tony Atta, Frank Bloss, and Chris Dueñas. It seeks to put a temporary exemption on the business privilege tax on food items and food ingredients. That exemption will last for 2 years, all the way up until August 31st of 2024. It would require a visible BPT statement or on customer receipts showing that the tax was not levied. No public hearing has been set for that bill. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Maybe. I don't know. I've got a video I wanted to put up on the screen here from a guy. Well, I promised the last week that I was going to find the video. Guy's name is Wayne Chen, and he does an Instagram page called Foodie China 888. And I follow this guy religiously on the social media because his stuff is just is that good. Hopefully, I'll be able to get this up on the screen, and audio should be clean as well. Again, Wayne Chen and his Facebook feed. And what he does is he takes all these recipes that are quote trending in China and puts them on the screen for everybody to see. So you might want to try this out.
Chicken feet salad, the recipe in China. Give it a manicure service. Cut in half. Water from Mississippi River. Scallion and ginger. Cooking wine. Vinegar. Oil and a skim of scum. Cook 10 minutes on low heat. Transfer to a bathtub. Give it an ice bath. Rinse and drain with your right hand. Cucumber, lemon, garlic, ginger, red chili, sugar, light soy sauce, black vinegar, oyster sauce, cilantro. Give it a Thai massage. Cover it with cling film. Refrigerate 2 hours. Done and dusted. Out of this world.
Chicken feet.
Trending chicken feet.
Can you do chicken feet, ladies and gentlemen? Is it possible? Yep, I've done it before, and it surprised me how much I liked it. I thought, well, that's just crazy.
Is it fatty? I've not tried it, but I would.
There's fat and a little bit of meat and stuff in there, but it's just one of those things where you're going, wow, it's the feet part. You don't generally eat it. Yeah, you just chew those really, really hard, I think. It's been a while since I've had it myself.
Sound, his audio was
yeah, well, it's
Pac-Man.
It's the fun stuff that he throws in there is that, do this with your left hand and use water from the Mississippi River, give it a Thai massage. He talks about that, to meld all the flavors. Fun, and then the phrase done and dusted when it's all over. And there's 1,000 other videos just like that on the screen. So there it is, my non-Asian in swimsuit plug for what you can find on Instagram. And as Jerry Robertson,
what's his name again?
Wayne Chen.
Wayne Chen.
And as we're pointing out here, as we talk about this special on not necessarily a special, but a documentary on Netflix called Social Dilemma. If you like and follow this guy, you will be treated every once in a while to more of these recipes that are going to be popping up. From him for sure, but from others definitely as well, because now Instagram knows that you got a thing for Chinese food, and then you'll start seeing that more and more and more. 8:12 in the morning. I thought I'd give you weather, and I'm thinking, Guam weather is kind of boring. Let's do space weather right now. And why is that important? Well, I'll tell you why it's important. Up on screen right now, might be kind of tricky for you to decipher what's going on. There's a different bunch of views. At the center of the far left one is the sun. And what you are seeing from the sun, in fact, it just flew out, is a solar flare, solar storm that is coming out of there. And you can see where Earth is in relation to that. And it looks like this solar flare is going to be hitting at some point, maybe today, tomorrow. And they say that it's going to give the Earth a glancing blow, primarily in Asia and Australia, in this region, in this time zone. So it's possible that there could be some effects of this solar flare as it washes through. Not so bad. In northern climes and parts of the United States and Canada, they're going to get that aurora borealis, and it might appear lower than normal across the eastern seaboard. So you'll get some of that for sure. But it also might affect GPS. In certain times of the day, as this solar flare moves through, you'll find that your GPS might not be as accurate as you would like it to be. And then the third thing is, if you're an amateur radio operator, hey, I am. The idea is to get out of the higher frequencies, go to the lower, longer bands, and that will help with your communication. You want to know more? Let me give you the name of the lady. She's the space weather lady, I believe, Dr. Tamitha Skov, Tamitha Skov. And the thing is, she does a great job doing the predictions on what's happening with space weather, and she's also rather easy on the eyes. Weather for Guam, mostly sunny, highs near 89 degrees today, gusting winds up to 14, gusting to 18. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. We'll still have some breezes, 7 to 13 miles an hour as well. We'll go between isolated showers to mostly sunny skies, isolated showers to partly cloudy skies today and tomorrow. The man says there's a 30% chance of rain, and sunrise this morning early at 5:54. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:49. Another great sunset last night. Did you get a look at it? Did you see that nice little border on the cloud that went red? I think everybody did. I know I got a couple of shots of it as well. So 6:49 sunset tonight. Hashtag tell the others. It's 8:14. Be right back.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby.
Hi, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Chili's. And what's the big deal over at Chili's these days? Well, Father's Day is coming up. This Saturday and Sunday, treat Dad to Chili's bold flavors and savory hunks of meat. Mouth-watering 12-ounce ribeye steaks, a full rack of Chili's famous baby back ribs, paired with Langanitas, Heineken's, flavored teas, or Coca-Cola products. At Chili's, more life and great times with Dad happens here.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I think it's an accurate and fair representation of what people are going through. I'm reading a letter that my classmate Frank Blas Jr., that's Senator Frank Blas Jr., has sent to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. It was a couple of weeks ago that he sent a letter requesting consideration of releasing funds from the ARP or from the purported excess fiscal 2020-22 revenues to help struggling families on Guam. And to give us an update on that is Senator Frank Blas Jr. Buenas.
Buenas. Good morning, Ray.
And Daryl, it's always nice to hear from you.
Well, thanks, buddy. It's a beautiful day. A little bit of rain, but let's get to it.
Absolutely survivable. So now I remember because we had this conversation when you sent the initial letter to the governor's office, because there's a whole heck of a lot of money. I think a newspaper's has a new total. There's still $320 million in the ARP, and it would sure be nice if there was some kind of relief that could come out of that. And you said at the time, because she was sick, right? Because she caught that whatever, and so you spoke with Josh Tenorio, the lieutenant governor, and his response was what?
His response was they were working on it. And as short as that response was, I felt a little relieved, and I said, look, I mean, I don't care. I mean, you take the credit. It doesn't matter to me. Just get the money to the people if you can. Unfortunately, there's been silence and no discussions on what they plan to do, or if they plan to do anything. And so I felt compelled, based on, Ray, almost every day. I will tell you that you can gauge your listenership by the number of people that approach you on various topics that they hear on your show. Mm-hmm. And one of them was, I guess, the conversation that you and I had, almost 2 weeks ago about this. And people were asking, has there been any word from the administration, from the front office about, what they're going to do, or if they're going to do anything? And, along those lines, people continue to read how they're suffering, what they have to do means to survive. And it's heart-wrenching in a number of cases, and this shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case when you've got a government, who's still got over $320 million at least, in American Rescue Plan that should have gone to the people, because of this was monies that was given by the federal government to assist families who continue to struggle and businesses that struggle. And you've got a purported, almost $82 million in excess revenues on your fiscal year 2022 budget. When you've got a government that's hanging on to that money, for what? A lot of the discussions that we've had since then is basically on means to be able to grow a government that doesn't need growing right now.
Well, it sure looks like it's headed off in that direction. All kinds of new departments in some agencies. And what did they appoint Tyrone Taitino to stand up?
I don't know. But again, it's what do we need these agencies for right now? How does that help? Those businesses that are still closed, throughout the island. How does it help families who are struggling to be able to pay for? I was talking to an individual last night, and just within the base, $17. The gallon of milk, $17. A gallon. A pound of bacon was $14. The cost of spam, just some of the.
Well, the price of everything is going up. I mean, we see the inflation, and the latest attack against the consumer came when they lifted the price of diesel on Guam, and there are people going, "Well, I don't drive a diesel car; it doesn't matter to me." No, it does. It will, because all the major trucks that bring the goods from the Port Authority of Guam to all the different warehouses, and then the big rigs that take them from the warehouses down to the stores, all of those running on diesel. And guess what? The price just went up again on diesel. diesel, and that means the cost of the transportation just to get that can of Spam from the port to your place is going up, and the distributing companies and the truckers, they got to fill up the tanks of those things, and they're going to pass that along to the wholesalers. The wholesalers are going to have to pass that along to the consumers out there.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, some of the conversations I had over the last couple of weeks are those individuals that have to supply, those commodities to the store,
yes.
and even to some of the store owners. They're finding difficult. They're finding that their everyday customers, their common customers, are not buying as much, in as far as commodities and things that they need, as they used to before. And it's trickling down, and it's all over the place. So this is, I was telling an individual yesterday. I said that the price of gas at $6.33 a gallon, okay, affects an individual who makes this much as opposed to an individual who makes this little. It doesn't matter. It costs the same for everybody.
Well, it's maddening. It's maddening that Joe's committee is not letting out as many of the the liquid fuels tax reduction and or elimination bills. He's got one that the committee apparently likes that is going to establish a moratorium, but it's for a limited time. I think right now we ought to permanently get rid of it, give everybody a permanent tax break on liquid fuels, and that will save them some money immediately. And then over the long term, find other places where we might be able to fill in some of the funds that will be lacking as a result of this moratorium on liquid fuels taxes. But it's getting to a point now where we should not be taxing lifeline items like food. We tell people that we'll get you food over at the mayor's office. All you got to do is drive through. Gasoline to put in the car so I can drive to the mayor's office.
And I agree. Maybe this is a great time to be able to go back and review. A lot of the places where we've raised taxes and fees, and for what? Is it necessary? Can we reduce those things? But Ray, let me go back to, we've got $320 million sitting in a bank. Okay, we've got another $82 million, as you said, we've collected in excess, and this is what we're going to be fighting for. And you're going to make us fight for this, on this side. I mean, you could have taken this money from your American Rescue Plan, and it doesn't impact government operations.
Well, now when we're asking for relief, I'm more in favor of something that might be available, because they're going to say it's American Rescue Plan money. We're going to have to means test this, and it's not going to have as broad an impact as it could, and circulate that money as efficiently as it could when we do this means testing. So I'd like to see something that is available for everybody in the form of, say, $1,000 tax rebate. And it doesn't need to come from the ARP money. It can come from that excess fund. So if we take $80 million of that, divide that by the number of taxpayers that we have for 2022, filing joint, single, or whatever, I think that's something that we could afford, is it not?
It is something we can afford. Based on the figures of how many taxpayers that we've had over basically the last 3 years, $80 million is more than sufficient to be able to do this. And the governor can even put a caveat to this, is that like the governor of the CNMI, that this money can only be spent on goods and services bought here on Guam, so that the money can circulate, here. Again, it's just the whole notion of having this money available, and letting it sit there so that we can ponder as to how we can grow our government while people are trying to figure out how they're going to put food on the table for tonight.
Yep. Well, the government is going to grow. The population is getting smaller and smaller. Every day I'm hearing about somebody that can't hang on anymore and is moving. It's funny. Where are you going? It's mainland. Nobody's telling me they're moving to Hawaii. You know why? Because it's expensive as hell. It's worse in Hawaii than it is here. That's the only bright side on this whole conversation. 825, Senator Frank Blas Jr. on the line. So $1,000 rebate should not be out of the question. I'm a snarky thinker, but I'm also a strategic thinker, and my guess is that she's going to make the State of the Island address a very special State of the Island address, where she unveils the new programming that is going to send every taxpayer $1,000.
And if that's what it takes for it to move, then so be it.
But tell somebody, so that people can anticipate and know that maybe there might be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, or just a little bit more breathing room.
Yes, and again, if we're going to wait until, if people need to wait till then, I'm they probably are going to need to. at least get it to them. At least get it. Again, Ray, I mean, I have to go back and reiterate it. How do we let our people suffer? How do we have these conversations about the rising costs and everything and just let it go while we have millions of dollars sitting in the bank? Okay? I mean...
you get no disagreement out of me. And we just got to find the kind of leadership that we had when guys like Joe Addo were running the town, and we had excess revenues and additional dollars that were floating around, and it went back to the people. This is the way that it needs to be viewed as. The business privilege tax, as you know, has been inflated along with the price of the goods and services that we provide to customers here on Guam. So the government of Guam is making more money. If the inflation rate is 8%, then they're getting 8% more from that 5% that is part of the purchase, for which the people are not getting any value on. We're not getting any additional value as a result of the government's pockets getting fatter. Clearly, they've made too much money, and that money needs to go back into the pockets of the hardworking taxpayers that put it in there.
That's right. You're absolutely right. And I had a discussion with some businessmen, the other day, and I said, and this was a discussion on the necessity to bring down the business privilege tax. While I'm not against it, I also had to remind them. I said, gentlemen, whether it be 5% or 3%, 5% of zero is the same as 3% of zero.
Yes.
So the businesses aren't open. You're not going to get any taxes. So you can charge the rate of 5, 3, 5, 8%. Doesn't matter. If the business is not making any money, it's zero taxes.
I think one of the things that maybe you ought to do when you get reelected is a taxpayer's bill of rights, and there's a variety of them that floating around the different states and communities in the mainland. And I think there ought to be something like that, where if the government is declaring excess revenues, especially the tune like we're seeing now, there needs to be a method for the people to be able to get that money back. I mean, as soon as it hits a magic number, as soon as it's certified by a Department of Administration that this number is 80 and we only need 20, for a rainy day, then send 60 back to the community.
Yeah, I agree with that. And unfortunately, what they're doing is they're using that rhetoric. They're using this pronouncement that they've got the excess revenue, because all they want to do is throw it back in the faces of us conservative, legislators that, you see, you projected too small. No, I think we projected prudently.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I think that's what happened. Nobody saw the rate of inflation as much as it did, and the fact that the government's receipts were getting fatter along with that inflation.
That's right.
I mean, that's the delta. That's where it's coming from. From the inflation.
And the other thing too is, there really hasn't been a study as to where's this money coming from, because organically, there's really no businesses right now that are open that are going to help to contribute to that. And then what happens when that funding source that created this revenue, that created this new tax and for this revenue, what happens when that runs out? And then where are we going to be?
Well, the PUA is already gone, and that counted for a substantial amount of the withholding taxes.
Yes, it did. Yeah,
and that's gone. That money is gone now. The inflation's going to stay with us. It's going to be a tricky time, and there are sure a lot of people that need the help right now that could come from a rebate program like this that I've been advocating for a long time. There's a lot of people that can get helped by, and we'll talk with Jimmy about this later, about the idea that business privilege tax should not be charged on, again, lifeline essentials, food and medicine and baby formula. The government shouldn't be making any money on that, and I don't understand why there's so much hesitation, why it feels like a conservative Republican issue over at the legislature.
Well,
that should be bipartisan. You get these guys that say, I'm for the people, I'm for the people. They're full of crap. This is a great way to perform a service for the people, to free them from having to pay taxes on food and medicine.
And the thing is, they can't blame us for having these conversations. These are necessary conversations, while you decide to prioritize other things.
Yeah, there's at least one guy who works for a Democrat senator that is going to be making a pitch now. I can hear it already for an increase in the minimum wage and give people another 50 cents an hour. That ought to help out until the boss says, well, now I can't afford you, period. So now not only are you not getting what you were making before, but now I got to let you go. I just can't afford the labor here anymore.
And these tax rebates are for people who just wish they had a job. You know,
Go a
if
long
they're
way.
clear.
Could go a long way. 8:31 in the morning. I wish you very, very good luck. You just sent this paperwork to the governor yesterday, so I imagine that they haven't had a chance to take out the crayons and mark it up and come up with an interesting answer, if they answer to it at all.
Well, I hope that they do it for the sake of the thousands of people and a lot of them that meet with me every day, that it does happen.
We'll see. I'll keep an eye out for a blast from Crystal Paco, San Augustine. We'll see what happens.
All right, buddy.
Estadero, you have a great day. 888-825-5888-TALK. Oh, I just hung up on him. I should tell him we didn't win the gas grill.
Oh, man.
From
who won it?
Dyron. I got a note from Army Lynn here the day. They were giving away that gas grill. No.
That's for the 5-star families, right?
The winner is Bill Manibusan.
Oh,
I
nice.
thought Dyron
Congrats,
won
Bill.
it. I
No.
was like, who
No,
cares?
it was Dyron and Army Lynn and the Gold Star family, Tim Ono and those guys. So that was their
So
deal.
party at Bill's house.
Party at Bill Manibusan's house. He's got the gas. I don't know if it came with the actual gas that goes in it. That's another raffle. But find Army Lynn. She's probably online right now on either the YouTube or the Facebook side. Find her, right click on her, send her a message, and find out how you can get involved in the next fundraiser that they're doing, which is giving away. I'm going to exaggerate. It's not actually a gazillion United miles, but it's a whole lot of United miles. According to Army, it's enough to get you here and to the mainland and back. Or it'll take you and somebody else to the mainland and just stay there. Just move. Just go. This thing on Guam, I'm going to come back when it gets good again because, otherwise we got to wait out this election and everybody's pillow talk and the promises. 8:33 in the morning. Montecillo Tyron has got that last big look at news and headlines right after these important
Hey
messages.
there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken Meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Sup, chicken butt? Where are we now? 8:34. My goodness, would you look at the time? An hour and a half left in the broadcast. And about time for me to let Mana Silva Tyron just go ahead and jam for the rest of the day, right? Yeah. All right, Groovy. It's time for that last look at big news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron off. Mana, what happened?
Well, the man who died in yesterday's fatal crash has been identified as a 24-year-old Tocha man. Gerardo Tenorio was driving his red Xterra yesterday morning along Route 8 when he apparently lost control and crashed his vehicle. Police continue their investigation. They also continued the investigation into Friday's fatal crash on Marine Corps Drive, in which the driver of a Jamaican grill van was killed in that truck when he ran off the road and struck a concrete pole. And officials aren't speculating on the discovery of a small boat that was found in Tumon early yesterday morning. The boat was found abandoned over by the PIC by some fishermen. GPD, Guam Customs, and U.S. Coast Guard all looking into the vessel. And the governor is recovering well and will be back to work and ready for her State of the Island address, which has now been scheduled for June 22nd. The address will be given at the Guam Congress Building in Agana. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray.
How close do you think I am to being right? That there is going to be some kind of a special announcement that gets made at the State of the Island address?
Well, like what kind of special announcement?
Like, well,
no
you know,
more masks?
like no, Josh and I have taken a look at the numbers, and we know that the people are suffering, and so this is where we're going to announce that effective immediately, I'm charging the Department of Administration to work with Daphne Shimizu over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation, and to issue to each file Filer $1,000, and if you're filing joint and married, then that's $2,000.
I'll light a candle for that.
You light a candle for it. I mean, it's strategic, right? I mean, it's gonna be hard to tell. A lot of people are gonna be watching. Maybe that's why they didn't do it this week like they were supposed to. Maybe they didn't do it last week like they were supposed to, because they're just getting around some of the fine print from the ARP people in the States to find out if they can actually do something like that, right? You think maybe that's what it is?
Yeah, that's right. Ray.
So I couldn't possibly do
More
an
than
address.
likely.
Yeah, I can't do an address here. I need some time. I haven't heard yet back from Washington D.C. to see if I could do something like this. What with it being, an election year and all, and even if the ARP people say no, like as Les Carlson says, there's still plenty of that money floating around in the excess revenues. Mm-hmm. You're a politician. You've been a politician. What would you do? How would you fry up that fish?
I'm never against giving raises. I'm never against giving out cash.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take it. Especially when people need it.
Especially when people don't stand in the way of getting money out to the people. I just don't know why we have to wait until a very special Governor's State of the Island address before something like that happens, because the need is real and the need is now. It's 8:37 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro.
Crop King Hydro. 8:38, Ray Gibson Show. Half a day, everybody. Hey, what are you doing there? Everybody good? That's the door closing. Montesilva is going to be taking off. Go and figure out what Wednesday is going to be looking like. Did I see tourists last night? I'm trying to remember.
I'm sure you did, man.
I don't know.
They're everywhere.
Since Mondays on the off payday are weird. This is a phenomenon I've been observing literally for decades. If I go out to do a happy hour or something like that on a Monday, if it's a Monday after, an everybody payday, the place is absolutely, jammed. There's people all over the place, and dudes are like doing, hey, no, let me buy you a drink. No, let me buy you a drink. And there's a whole lot of that stuff.
But they're really broke.
Yeah, and then the following week, the in-between Monday where we're not getting paid over the weekend is there's nobody. There's nobody. You've got the bar to yourself, sir. Exactly. And so if you went out looking for a crowd, I don't know if you'd find one. Of course, the tourists aren't necessarily inhibited by the comings and the goings of paydays here on Guam, but I don't recall seeing a whole heck of a lot of them last night. Maybe you'll catch a few more tonight. In fact, I know I'm going to see a few more tonight because I think I'm going to be hanging out with the fam tour that's in town. Uncle Carl and I spent some time talking about that yesterday, and they arrived yesterday afternoon. And were whisked to the variety of hotels which they are staying, and then they were whisked again to a beach bar and watch that show. What is it? The Tasa Nala Bulatao Bulao Gracia. Tasi that they got over at the place. We got a variety of important individuals in the hospitality industry and the Guam Visitors Bureau in these pictures. And this is a shot of what it looked like after the show was over and everybody had an opportunity to get up there and have a picture taken. Go Guam is the fam tour that is here, and I think I'm going to be spending some time with them tonight to find out a little bit more about what their expectations are as they're coming to Guam. Influencers and people in the hospitality industry, travel agents, writers, etc., that are looking for an excuse to A, get on an airplane, and B, be able to go back and familiarize more people with what's happening on Guam. The markets are changing all over the place, and we spent some time in the last few days talking about the nature of the changes in, we've got our Gen Xers here, and there are Gen Xers in Asia. and what are their expectations for a good time. And you might be thinking, well, I mean, do they get around a lot? Do they do a lot of traveling? And the answer is yes. Now, I'm always joking. Or at least halfway joking about, my Instagram searches are all Asian women in bikinis. Number one, it's true. But number two, the other thing is it also kind of helps guide my expectations for Gen X travelers out of Asia. Because I think it's worth talking about. And, they like some of the same things that you and I like to do. Well, I'm going to assume that you and I like to do these things. Now, when my next destination, as I ponder this, is I keep thinking about traveling to cities, Manila, Tokyo, Osaka. I'd love to go to, I'd love to go to China again. Shanghai, city from the future.
You'd go back to China?
Oh, my God. Yeah. There is something about that city. I couldn't really put my finger on it. It was hot as hell when I went with a United fan tour years ago. But the significant amount of technology and construction and sites, when you've got a city of as many people in one city as live in all of Australia, you got to have stuff for them to do. And so, there's incredible amounts of sightseeing, a lot of culture, lots and lots of restaurants. But there's something about being in a city as crowded as Shanghai. And it's just there's
energy.
There's a tingle that you get. And then there's the other part of this is that they have been a society and a culture for thousands of years longer than anybody else. And so it's interesting that because you can get a sense of brand new, high-tech, super sheen China. And then you get in a bus or a van or a car and drive out of town for an hour or two, and then find what looks like very old, like in the thousands of years old China. And then they've got a modern history as well. And there was a place that I went to, which was it was a farming community under Chairman Mao. And there are still visible remnants, because it wasn't that long ago on the calendar that China was arguably still, a lot of farming and not a whole lot by way of, huge, massive cities and things like that. There were a lot of people that lived in farming communes back in those days. And you can still go and see farming communes as they looked the day that they stopped being farming communes. And then the other interesting thing about Shanghai that I found just fascinating was the idea that they wanted to do urban renewal. And so they'd make these small little communities, and they'd go in the city and take everybody that lived in that part of the city. Okay, you're going to live here for 2 years, for a year. You're going to live here for a year. And then what? And then we're going to take you and put you in new apartments and new buildings in the city. So there's this urban renewal thing, and then of course you've got this whole backup town that's out there. Just absolutely fabulous when it comes to that kind of thing. I was enamored of them on that trip, but also enamored of in the beginning of the Wuhan. You remember when they were clamoring for more hospital beds, and so what did the Chinese do? They just built more hospitals.
Yep, scaffolding's up and let's do it,
bang,
man.
bang, bang. Here comes another 150 beds over here. There's 1,000 beds over there. Yeah, literally. Did they argue about it? Did they get into these knockdown, drag out? Well, that's exactly the kind of view that you'd get from those crazy right-headed thinking people, the conservatives. The Democrats wanted to do it this way. No, they just, you know what? We need more hospitals. Let's go build more hospitals. And if we don't need them, fine. It's nice to have a hospital down on every street corner like Starbucks. Anyway, 8:45 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Items in the table of contents, some of which we've talked about, some of which we haven't. The appearance now of an abandoned boat, and it's got everybody wondering, that I know of, still, everybody wondering, what is the genesis of it? It was our friend on the Facebook Live that said, it sounds like Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas designation on that boat. What's it doing down here? Now, I'm not enough of a fisherman or a boat guy to be able to say that that this is the best time of the year or the worst time of year to be dragging a boat from Saipan to Guam. I don't know. What's it like at the channel? Anybody got it? Do you have an idea?
I don't know. It's probably wild out there, man.
Well, I think it's always wild.
Yeah, to get through there.
Kind of in that area up around Ritidian and it just kind of gets crazy, whatever, busy in the spot. I'm sorry, I'm looking. I wanted to get the thing back on the screen on my Facebook. I want to look at the Facebook comments. Where are the Facebook comments? There it is. Is that it?
You are?
My God, it's so hard. It's weird because I'm trying to talk and read at the same time. And you know me, sometimes it doesn't happen. Hey, let me see. Nick Perlowski online. Donna Mila. It's okay. Ray Gibson Show is something he watches, and my husband just contacted me. Thanks. Got a call from Robert Anderson. What's that? I got a call from Robert Anderson saying I won something. Wait, there's more to this. This is going to be an interesting read. Sorry, Don Emilio, I can't make out the top of it. Tax stamps collection system will cost DRT less than $5 million to hire staff, get training along with the purchase of the machines. That bill was passed so the DRT can promulgate tobacco tax stamp collection. Common sense, not $90 million unpaid, $14 million settled. Makmata, wake up, he says. Pam Duvall, no, I've cranked about our stray dog situation, but it really has been out of control. You know, they can't add or subtract, but they sure can multiply. It was great after Mao killed 50 million people in the first 5-year plan. And William says, sorry, Ray, that's communism. You're seeing the dark side, the slave labor factories. Fine. I'm just saying, it was a nice visit to a pretty city of the future, super technology. You know, we got one, like Tumon area, they got a dozen. It's absolutely crazy. They all these places where they got, fine dining. And they had
chicken feet?
No, Acai Super Dry. There are plenty of Acai Super Dry. Just saying. Influences controlling where the cattle are butchered. Typical tourist SOP, especially the Korean tour companies. Wow. What is it? Everybody in a bad mood today, especially the Korean tour companies, always looking for ways to circumvent the taxes, commission collection of the chart 70-30 deal. The tour company does no labor, gets 70% of our normal price of $55. They charge $150 each. Couple, $100 for singles. We collect and only take $35 each. Not sure exactly where this is, Bunker, but it's certainly going to be interesting. Cody James online. Cody was the guy that we were looking for a little bit earlier.
ATC.
When the air traffic control dude and pretty wife over at the haircut place, because I wanted to know a little bit more about the drone that was, quote, interdicted because it was flying in military airspace. Got Bert Manansala on the line. What was the name of his company? The hobby?
Chronic Hobbies.
Chronic Hobbies. Okay.
Glason and Cristo.
Two things on that one. They have drones for around $600, and maybe it's a good thing the car is going in the shop today. Maybe it's a good thing that I'm not going to be able to, on my own, drive around the Harmon area here, so that I might go and check out the Chronic Hobbies and then accidentally buy myself a brand new state-of-the-art mini drone. And I got Mana, who is something of the conscience of the family, whispering in my ear, "You don't need it. You don't need a drone. You're not a professional videographer. You're not one of those guys that's going to equip it with, like heat-seeking radar or something like that, so I can find people that get lost in the boonies. It's not even like I've got, cute neighbors that I can spy on with the thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
man.
sure they are.
That's creepy, right?
I think one of them is the husband is an EOD, so I'm staying away. But I'm just saying. She's like, you don't need that. And just like my own conscience, but the problem is I don't need it. I want it. So here's the thing. Somebody buy me one.
Yeah, that would be.
There it is.
Your birthday's coming up.
Somebody go. My birthday. Christmas is less than 6 months away. Is it not? Are we that close?
Yes, we're very close.
8:49 in the morning. All right. So the other guess is I had to check, and I have to check every year for when the absolute middle of the year is, and I believe it's July the 2nd. I don't know why it's not sometime in June, because June is the 6th month. Why do we have to wait until the 7th? At any rate, so that's when it's going to be the exact halfway point of the year. And the reason why it's interesting to me to point that out is, ponder this, guys. 2022 is about half over. It's like 3 weeks away from being half over. What have you got to show for it? Anything? Do you remember all the New Year's resolutions, all the things that you started the year with that you wanted to get done? How many of those goals have you set out to do? And then you think about what we've got left in the year, what you've still got time, obviously, to do to turn this into the advanced year that it was supposed to be for you. And then the people that you are hanging out with are the folks that you are hanging with these days, the ones that are occupying the majority of your time. Are they getting you any closer to those goals? Because if not, maybe. And I know it's a little Jerry Roberts sounding here, but maybe it's time to start thinking about hanging out with a different crowd that might actually help you get to where you are. Real Joe Cruz, when he first started the year, you know what I want to do? I want to win races. And how many races have you won?
2.
2 races in the year.
Yeah.
That's better than what you won last year, right?
True.
Exactly. So done and dusted, as the man in the video says. 8:51 in the morning. A bunch of other stuff on the table of contents, and I think it's in today's PDN. You'll hear the pages turn as I struggle to find the story. Not necessarily the story, but the ad that leads me to asking questions about wants and needs. Just like my drone story. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Maybe it's not even in the PDN. I don't know. Not there, not there. Yeah, I think it's in the Guam Daily Post. Hold on, let me grab that and find it. The gist of it is the police department is looking for a van. They're looking for like a trailer thing.
A van?
Yeah, like a
command center?
Like a mobile command center.
Oh, sounds great.
There it is. I'm almost there, guys. Yeah, Guam Police Department, invitation forbid. They want an 18-foot enclosed cargo trailer, TPD trailer. Do you know, you're a cop. What's TPD stand for? Tactical Police Department?
I don't know, man.
But Mobile Command Post. Tom Tomasiak will tell me what TPD stands for. Mobile Command Post, TPD trailer. Now, I've been running in the Teedzin area for a lot of reasons. Number one, I like the way that I can create my own routes based on the lay of the land and the road maps that you've got up in Teedzin. So if I want to do a hilly 5K, I can do a hilly 5K. If I want to do a flat 5K, I can do a flat 5K. And the other thing is I've got this COVID-19 gut. And I'm trying to get rid of it. And so I'm running a lot in Teedzin. Now, most of the time, I don't take that roadway where the EPA office is and the police department is, and the school. I want to say that there's a school up there. I usually don't run there, but more and more because of the way that I'm doing my routes, I am running a little bit by there lately.
Okay.
And there's just a boneyard of police vehicles behind the fence over at that part of the police
is that where
department.
That old command center is?
Yes. That's my point.
Fell apart and
wait a second.
They barely used it, man.
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly my point. So we're going to go out there, and I'm sure we're going to spend ARP money or whatever it is. And we're going to go in and spend this money instead of giving it to people in rebates. And we're going to buy the police department a new command center. Just go in the backyard and find somebody. You know what? I could probably find you 5 Filipino guys, kuyas, car mechanic kuyas. And we'll give me a budget for a bunch of stuff over at Napa, and we'll go in there and make it look new. I have this feeling like every time there's a new police department chief or a couple of new captains, they go, well, we'd be able to do our job better if we actually had more of these mobile command posts, someplace where we could pull up and take full control of a scene, be able to bark out orders, we'd be able to have internet technology in there, we'll have satellites, we'll be able to fly drones from this thing. And I just can't do my job because we don't have one of those things. Well, there's the drunk buster thing. I just had a picture of that. I put that up on the Gizmo not that long ago, and the reason why is because, look, if you guys aren't using that, then tenden gibetnu. Take it over, drive it over, or tow it over to the what is it, the tenden gibetnu, the GSA.
Yeah.
And say, let's have a round. Just get rid of this thing. And somebody will find it, and somebody will refurbish it. I mean, what could possibly be wrong with it?
Food truck.
Yes.
Yeah, turn it into a food truck.
Put some air in the tires and change out the fluids, maybe a new oil. I think they're diesel rigs.
Get some money back, right?
Exactly.
A little bit.
Exactly. So what we probably spent $125,000 for, we'll be able to put out to auction for something ridiculous like, $20,000. But we'll be able to get at least something. So so it's like the thing with the drones, right? Do we need it or do we want it? How often in the last year, have we called, has there been a specific crime-related use for that mobile command center? I mean, more often than not, you see things like that when there's like a show, like a Gov Guam, Gov Guam car show over at Canyon Shopping Center, right? Come and take a look at. Here's our fancy boat. Here's our fancy command center. Here's our fancy drunk. You never actually see them being used. I mean, it's not like we've got hostage scenes where we've got to move in a police command center and have Mark Charfer is on the scene barking out orders to the troops. Get that car off the sidewalk. I'm just, it's good to be here on Guam. Everybody else is sitting around going, man, I don't have enough money for gas, and they got these guys rolling around and they're trying to get to some new command centers. All fun until somebody I don't know, loses the key. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's what happened. Is it like they took it out for a promotion or something like that, or the last big drunk tank thing that they did on Marine Drive, and somebody dropped the key somewhere, and now we can't find it, and everybody's ashamed to call Andrew over at the lock and key place and get him to come out. Who's playing around? 8:56 in the morning. I got Joe and Goko there, James Bondo, Colin Clark. If you want to spy, you can go to a website and subscribe to real-time satellite surveillance. Colin, I'll be coming to you a little bit later on for some of that information. My buddy Brad Wood is there, David Bolivar, and Cody James, William John Shadowin. A 5-mile ring around the base fence and the airport is a huge difference. Pam Duvall, how about use drones to locate packs of dogs, catch and release, since we can't figure out how to build and operate an animal control center? Norma, St. Nicholas, good morning to Bruce Johnson. Priscilla Tellieu is there. Ali, Oliver Malakas, the Forensic Crime Lab area. Is what we're talking about. Busted de Milan hit, Ray. Ken LG's online. I see Christine Santos, Buenas Janafadeta, Mar John Conception. Nick Perlowski says, it will end up broke like the mobile x-ray truck at Customs. It was given to them for green, but they couldn't figure out a maintenance contract. Boy, that happens all the time. Mama Chai Cepeda is online. Rico Blancaflor and Phil from Venue online. Phil, thanks very much for the pistachios.
Thank you, Phil.
They were good. 8:57 and change. Who's on one?
Ken LG.
I don't know if we got enough time. Ken, do me a favor. I need you to call back after the Fox News, could you?
Absolutely.
It's earned media, and so you can legitimately call in, and we can talk about one of the among the things that you've done over the weekend. I think it was Friday. Ken LG went over to the Guam Election Commission and filed his papers. Jimmy Moylan's going to be doing that later today.
Oh wow, that's why he's busy.
Trina J.
He told me he was busy.
Trina J. What are you wearing? I'm just asking. I need pictures. I need pictures, girl. Page 2 of today's Guam Daily Post. 6 voter initiatives may include more senators, getting rid of primaries, part-time legislation, all of that in the form of a voter initiative. These are things that people have been asking about, and many people asking for a number of years, but the legislature can't seem to get out from under its own feet in order to get some of this stuff done that I think might be vital in terms of changing the direction of policy creation and fulfillment here on Guam. So we'll talk about that in the next hour, Ken?
Absolutely. I'll talk to you after the news.
All right, be looking forward to that, because I think there's some intriguing stuff in there and stuff for people to argue about incessantly, including the idea that we would go from 15 members of the legislature back to 21. Ooh. Can you imagine? I often do. You think about you take a look at some of the elections and the results of the elections over the last couple of years. There's some interesting people that I would like to have seen in office, but they couldn't make the top 15. What if we get it to 21? What about some of the? I mean, just take a look at the last election that we had. How many people in there would you have liked to have seen in a legislature in a body of 21? Now, some people are going to say it's going to cost more, Ray, but not if it's part-time. There, come on, don't hate. More on that, and you're all welcome to chime in on the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live as the program continues. It's 9. The radio station's KUSG. I got ya. 93.3 is the point.
Defense. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. As the stock market plunges, the White House with praise for the president's handling of the economy.
As the Dow closed down nearly 900 points Monday, White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre was asked for reaction, as President Biden had previously highlighted a strong stock market during his presidency thus far.
We've faced global challenges. We've talked about this
We're not the only country dealing with what we're seeing at the moment as it relates to inflation. Putin's price hike, inflation coming out of a once-in-a-generation global pandemic, all of those things play a factor.
But when asked by Fox's Peter Ducey what the message is to Americans who are ready to retire and see their savings and 401ks wiped out, Jean-Pierre pointed to a strong labor market as evidence that the U.S. is in a good position to tackle inflation. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Another day of televised hearings by the House Committee investigating the January 6th riot, releasing testimony from former Attorney General Bill Barr, who told the committee former President Trump seemed detached from reality and would not acknowledge the results of the 2020 election.
The president was as mad as I've ever seen him, and he was trying to control himself. And the president said, well, this is, killing me. You didn't have to say this. You must have said this because you hate Trump. You hate Trump.
The panel is trying to show Trump's claims of a stolen election led to the storming of the Capitol. More than 100 million Americans being warned to stay indoors as high temperatures and humidity settle over much of the country, from the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes. St. Louis, Memphis, Minneapolis, and Tulsa are among several cities under excessive heat warnings.
The National Weather Service advises it could reach 114 degrees this week. A horse walking in a New Orleans funeral procession collapsed and died Saturday, likely due to heat exhaustion.
Fox's Evan Brown. America is listening to Fox News.
Happy day, it's Kiko the Carabelle. My sister Pika and I are here to share some great news for moms and dads, and kids too. New programs to help working families with child care starts April 5th, and Mom says so many more families now qualify. Visit GuamChildcare.com for more information and to apply today.
Program Penila is brought to Guam's working families by DPHSS, GIDA, Governor Lulion Guerrero, and Lieutenant Governor Justin Ori.
This ad is paid for with federal funds administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Ohio's governor signs a bill making it easier for teachers to be armed in schools.
Ohio Governor Republican Mike DeWine signs into law House Bill 99 that requires school staff who want to carry a weapon to undergo 24 hours of training, significantly lowering the previous training requirements, saying the law empowers schools to protect staff and students in the case of a shooting, like the deadly shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where it took a long time before any help arrived.
We have had requests from schools to allow this to be done.
Ohio's bill would allow school boards to decide whether they would have teachers armed, and districts can still require more training than the initial 24 hours. Jeff Monasso, Fox News.
Country music star Toby Keith has announced he has been undergoing treatment for stomach cancer. Keith said on Twitter he has undergone surgery and had chemo and radiation over the past 6 months. The Oklahoma native said so far so good when it comes to his treatment. He was scheduled for some live shows over the next few months, though the status of those performances is not immediately clear. Some customers in the U.S. could be getting an Amazon delivery by drone this year.
The community of Lockford near Stockton, California, will be among the first locations in the country to experience Prime Air by the end of the year. The idea of Amazon's operation to be able to deliver thousands of products by drone into the backyards of select users. They can carry 5 pounds of payload at speeds up to 50 miles an hour. The internet giant says it's currently working with the FAA to help secure permission for those drone-based deliveries. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Attorneys who work to secure settlements topping $1 billion in the collapse of a beachfront Florida condominium where 98 people died last year are requesting about $100 million in fees and costs. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
A
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Are you looking for job opportunities? That's perfect. Taiho is a company based in Korea that provides opportunities for people to work at production sites in the United States. They offer a wide variety of jobs that may suit you. Come and check it out. For more information, visit www.gotomainland.com or go to their office at the old iConnect building or call 671-648-9788. What are you waiting for? Go grab that opportunity and fly out to the mainland.
You know, they're right next door. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to go check them out. Not for me, not so I can go get a job in the mainland. I don't want to work there. I like it here. I want to find out if they're getting a lot of takers out there. Korean company here on Guam looking for labor to be able to send to the mainland. There's more. There's got to be more of that. Let me see if I can work out an interview with these guys in the next couple of days. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Portions of the program are brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And I want to say that I've got some images from Carl. He says sunrise. Yes, over Wireless Hill in Saipan. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Thank you, Carl, for sending that out. He plies the waters and gets underway on the APL's Herodot that's moving goods and stuff here between here and there. Thanks very much for the pictures. I appreciate that. Global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the cats over at Nissan Guam, as in NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Welcome to summer. It is officially summer. Why? Because Nissan said so, and they got great Nissan deals on just about everything on the lot. How's this going to work? It's going to be very, very simple. They don't want a down payment from you, and that is the first. Oh my God, what? Nissan Guam selling cars, no down payment. Now you can come in if you want to, but you don't need it. Is the point. You can add that in the first couple of months of payments if you want to. And super flexible financing, 1.99% APR on your good credit. This is going to be the year for a new car. It should be the year for a new ride that gets sensational gas mileage. You know, they got a whole bunch of cars, 2022s over at Nissan that do better than 30 miles to the gallon. And if your car isn't in an age of $6.35 a gallon gas, and Joe Biden indicating to me in my mind that he isn't going to lift a finger to do anything about it, now might be the time to get yourself a car that gets you a little further down the road and make it so you don't have to stop at every single gas station, right? NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Not going to take it back. I like China. I like Shanghai. Don't want to live there. Don't want to be a communist, but it sure was a pretty city, all right? And there was a lot to do. They got a place called The Bund. There's a nice old bridge that they've got there. You saw it in that in the movie. Oh gosh, they've shot a lot of movies at the Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, you're right.
As a matter of fact, Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke. Shot right there at that crazy old bridge that they've got there. Great stories about the invasion of Shanghai. Well, I mean, I don't want to say great because then the guys are going to come back and oh yeah, the rape of Nanking. What a great story that was, Ray. Because apparently people are in a pissy mood today. But no. There are incredible stories about that time, the invasion by the Japanese. At any rate, we'll move from the conversation. I remembered now over the break trying to get to a point, which was that the Generation X, the millennials of Asia, are very similar to the millennials that we've got here. Some of them like to go and do the city thing and restaurants and shopping and all of that. But there's a whole heck of a lot of them that want to go someplace where there's more of a resort feel. I need beach. I need sand. I need to be walking around in a bikini over here and drinking cocktails out of glasses that are 4 feet tall with little umbrellas on them and a salad of fruit. on the thing.
Sounds perfect.
All of the things that you and I like to do when we hit resort destinations are the things that they want to do. And what we need to ensure as we begin to court this crowd again is there's always something somewhere, an activity that they can go to and have a selfie at. So if you got a business anywhere there are tourists, take a look at the outside of it. Maybe there's a thing that you can do. You know those little wings that people have? Those wings thing. People love to stand up against that and take pictures, right?
Yes.
So, how hard would it be to put one of those like that at your place? Or get little murals of like bears. Or they've got one of these at BCG. And then I'm going to get to Ken. They got one of these things at Bonifacio Global City. There's a picture of me, and it's a black and white piece of art that looks like a little kid drawn into the wall. And the idea is you take a picture next to the art.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. Anyway, 9/11, Ray Gibson Show. Ken LG's on the line. That's candidate Ken Leon Guerrero, who turned in the paperwork on Friday. And now, did you also turn in your voter initiatives, Ken?
Not yet. I had a meeting with Maria Pangilinan reviewing the requirements, so I have to make a couple of adjustments, and I will be turning that in on Friday.
Okay, now for everybody that's listening, voter initiatives, Herculean task, number one. Number two, I don't recall one of them ever passing.
Well, the only ones that I can remember in my time here was the voter initiative to legalize casino gambling. That's the only one I can remember that's been floated since I've been back here since 2007.
Yeah. My old man working with the Chamber of Commerce and that ilk was the key guy trying to move a tax initiative. And it's been so long, I can't remember what it is. Somebody will remind me what the point of that initiative was. Lower the taxes, eliminate the taxes, something. I can't remember. But at any rate, that was it didn't go anywhere because there are, number one, a lot of requirements just to get it on the ballot.
Yeah, there are requirements to get it on the ballot, but the requirements are not as onerous as people would think. In order to get this on the ballot, we need to get about 5,000 ballot signatures. Now, that's going to be a challenge because so many people have been eliminated from the voting rolls, and they don't even know it. I mean, when I submitted my petition, I submitted 429 signatures, and I got 251 valid. So that shows that's what's going to be one of the biggest challenges right now because this administration basically went through and deleted nearly 9,000 voters from the voting rolls.
Okay, so we'll start with 5,000 valid signatures, and that's so the argument is get 6,000 in case 1,000 of them turn out to be unreliable.
Yeah, and I think that there's a great possibility. Obviously, I think there's a great possibility, or I wouldn't have done this. I mean, we go back to the write-in campaign where we got 8,000 write-in votes. So there's enough people disenfranchised by the legislature and the administration that I believe it's going to be very possible to get the 6,000 signatures needed to place these on the ballot because these are things that politicians have said for decades that they are going to do if they get elected. And as soon as they get elected, they start doing more important things like
paper bag bans,
plastic bags.
Yeah. Come on, think of the turtles. Think of the turtles.
Yeah. Oh, don't forget the dumb hiker bill. You know, we need to spend $500,000 printing pamphlets instructing people to hike safely, I mean, these are the things that politicians do once they get into office, but those aren't the things they campaigned on because I guarantee you if politicians campaigned, if you elect me, I will ban plastic bags.
Well, and we would have said, what the hell are you talking about? People are starving here. My God, look at the trash. Think of the crime. This is Ice Island, and that's the thing that you're going to attack. Those are the things that you do after we have solved everybody else's problems. 9:14 in the morning. Okay, so signatures done. After that, then it's you throw the thing on the ballot.
And then we need to get 50% plus one vote for those initiatives to pass.
Don't you also have to? What's the deal? Don't you have to put together like educational campaigns send a letter describing what it is that you're talking about to everybody in the world, all the registered voters?
No, that's what happens. The Guam Election Commission will be doing that after we get 5,100 valid signatures on a ballot.
Okay. That's not, you don't have to do that as the proponent.
No. I had to hold 10 village meetings, which I did, and they were streamed live. And they averaged between 1,000 and 6,000 views each.
Okay, well, here's another. I'm just saying that here's another example. There should be more opportunities for voter initiatives here on Guam because the legislature is such a useless body here. So it seems to me that more of this kind of thing needs to be done under the power of the taxpayers, the power of the voters. And you know I would submit on all kinds of issues, even the ones that I don't agree on. I think we still need to be able to find some way to get it in, get laws passed by voters, by the taxpayers, by the people of Guam, especially in times where the legislature is impotent. So having said all that, I think that we need to look at all of these rules and regulations, the things that you were jumping through, the requirements now for initiatives, and say, you know what? No, we don't need to do all of that. I'm going to get the same number of signatures as is required to get a Republican or a Democrat on the ballot, period. And I don't need to do any village meetings. There's no requirements for politicians to do village meetings. Why would there be a requirement for these issues to have as many of these onerous deals? And the reason is the legislature puts them in a position, whether they're potent or impotent, I'm going to keep using that word, is they want to be the ones to say, no, we're the only ones that can make laws. The only ones that have the ability to make laws are us and Youth Congress.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're doing this as an initiative, because every single one of these items, you know, are very, very important to the quality of the life of our residents. And just this weekend, I talked to 2 more families that have already bought their tickets, and they were having a farewell.
They might be just trying to get rid of you. They might just be trying to get rid of you. But anyway, 9:17 in the morning. So you got that. And then even after it's on the ballot and people vote for it, we've got the Santos Amendment that kicks in.
I'm not familiar how the Santos Amendment would kick in.
50% plus 1.
Oh, yeah, the 50% plus 1.
That's how we determine whether or not it passes or fails.
I don't disagree with the 50% plus 1, because what the 50% plus 1 does is it makes sure that these initiatives have broad community support. And so I'm okay with the 50% plus 1 of those who come out and vote. So I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is the fact that until we get senators in that put serving the people first, we're going to keep seeing senators promise us the moon and stars. Like, look at all the senators that got elected promising to roll back the fuel tax and the business privilege tax and the 1% tax, which are hammering the people of Guam right now. They've been hammering it since day one. I mean, the first year of the business privilege tax, Adelup was trumpeting a $68 million surplus. They've been riding that horse ever since.
Milking it.
And yet they overruled the sunset provision of that law. Remember, it was supposed to end at the beginning of 2018.
Yeah, and that's just because they couldn't get creative on how they were going to live with the Trump tax cuts. We can't grow government if we're not getting any new tax money, and so we're going to have to raise this business privilege tax instead of reducing the size and cost of government, which should have been their first reaction. 9:19 on the Ray Gibson Show. Well, let's get into the mix of this. There are 6 initiatives that you're working with, and in no particular order. I'm just going to shout them out. One I agree with completely is let's go back to 21. I'm tired of 15 people either making decisions for us or refusing to act. I think if we had the kind of hellraisers that we had when we had a legislature, a body of 21, it made a hell of a lot more room for independent voices to make themselves known and not necessarily corral all of the power in just a small, select handful.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And on top of that, with only 15 senators and each senator chairing 2 or 3 committees, there are a lot of important community issues that don't get done just because we don't have enough senators to carry the load. And that's why we see things that get pushed to the side. There were a lot of public safety bills that got pushed to the side because we had a chairman in public safety that was more concerned about legalizing gambling at the Paseo during Liberation Day than he was about strengthening public safety, mandating the appropriation of drug detection dogs or anything like that. He was more concerned about making sure that we had gambling at the Paseo. So if we had more senators, we would have more points of view, and then we wouldn't have the ability for any 5 or 6 senators to pass any legislation they want,
or to control each of the committees. I got you. Okay, so you got that. As I said, I'm more in favor of share of voice. I think that makes a whole lot of room. Take a look at any of the last bunch of general elections since we've been doing 15, and take a look and see how many guys that are in the 15 or 16 through 21 that actually probably would have been good contributors at the legislature had we had a spot for them. All right, so we've got that first, and then we've got the elimination of the primary election because.
Yeah, what the primary election does is it eliminates the chance of any new faces coming in. Because in order to get elected now, you have to serve your time. First, you have to become a staff assistant to a sitting senator or a governor, and you have to be very proficient at putting up signs and chairs. And then after so many years of signs and chairs, then you get the nod, where you're allowed to run for office under the auspices of the Democrats, unless you fall out of favor. Like
they've been done on the Republican side as well. We've seen that we've seen that kind of grooming happen on the Republican side, and you're right. I think there is a little bit of the cool girl seats that we've got in the parties, and if you're not one of those cool kids, then you can come to the thing, but don't come up to the stage because you're not going to talk. You can come up. Tell you what, you can come up and you can stand in the background while I talk. How's that? But you're not going to talk.
It makes it impossible for any independent-minded people to run for the legislature because you have to get like 4 or 5 times as many votes just to punch through the primary to the general, so that's never going to happen.
All right, so we'll eliminate the primary, and there's a lot of reasons, cost included, to do that. If the Republicans want to have, and the Democrats have clearly demonstrated that they want to have a closed primary. You want to close it up, then you pay for it, and just leave it at that. And we'll use, if we need to, a primary election to deal with things like initiatives and to run off races where there might actually be a whole lot more competition. Actually, you don't need to do that. We'll do that in the general election and have the runoff later.
Well,
an initiative to establish a part-time legislature. This is something that has been around the block a couple of times, and there are any number of senators over at the legislature that have proposed a part-time legislature, and I think it's the same number that have actually done something about it.
Yeah, but the problem is that there are too many senators in the legislature for whom that is their job. The way the Constitution and our government was set up, it was built around the concept of citizen representatives, citizen legislatures. It was never built around the concept of professional politicians. But over the years, once the politicians figured out, hey, we can write this bill and we can give ourselves $85,000 a year. We can make it retroactive to last year so we get a big bonus just in time for Christmas.
Yay.
You see, that's the kind of thinking we're getting when we have a full-time legislature where they look at it as their job.
Well, the other part of this, Ken, is that there are a lot of people that now that it's a full-time legislature, they feel like they have to come out with stuff. They feel like they have to come out with press releases and new kinds of initiatives and all of this other. You know what? No. We don't need more. We need quality, not quantity of legislation. I think the more time that we spend with politicians and folks for whom there is no plan B, I guess, outside the world of politics and the government of Guam. I think those are the folks that we've got to eliminate. People will say, well, you're going to put all these, you're going to make it a part-time legislature, and you're going to fill it up with businessmen. So the only people that are going to get any love out of the government are business people, and it's not that. I think it's important to have people in office that have lived in the real world. Not in the phony baloney make-believe world of politics where you don't have to worry about sweating out the payroll. You think David Byrne goes to sleep at night sweating out payroll? You think anybody over at the legislature is thinking about the 12,000 employees of the government of Guam and making sure that they get money? No, the money's always going to be there. We've always got the revenue that's going to come in. We need people out there that have sweat out payroll, sweat out paying the utilities, sweat out paying the rent to their landlords in businesses, and being able to make enough money to be able to feed their own families and put their kids through school. And I think it's important that we get folks that have a sense of the real world into the legislature. Okay, so what are we going to increase that? We already talked about increasing to 21. And Rico Blancaflor online is making an interesting point. In fact, somebody brought it up to me in a WhatsApp message earlier, asking if we're going to do 21, we want to run in districts. We've done district voting on Guam before. And there are a couple of people that are of the mind that, put a lot of Filipinos in the office. They didn't think that was going to be a good thing. No, let's go back to at-large running. Let's go at-large. But I'm also a proponent of district voting. I think I should be able to run against somebody in my own district region in order to win my seat at the legislature.
I like that idea as well, but that would have to be a separate initiative. So that goes back to, because the way the law is written, and I have to work within the way the laws are written now. If I'm successful at getting in, I can rewrite the laws and make them more general. But right now, each initiative can only deal with a specific topic. And I got clarification with Maria that, using that as an example, going to 21 senators, that's a specific issue. But if I went 21 senators
at large,
and
that's
added districting, and now it's 2, that would not pass. All
right. There's a Corrupt Practices Act, a referendum to allow the election of a public prosecutor and make the attorney general an appointed position. And then a referendum to empower the public auditor to prosecute violators of law and give them a fixed annual budget of what is that?
It works out to about $5 million a year.
All right.
But let's take them in order. The Corrupt Practices Act is anytime a government employee violates a law, an approved policy or procedure, it costs the taxpayers money. And the employee goes away scot-free. Just look at the procurements we've seen during the pandemic emergency. But there are many, many other issues. I mean, I can go back and look at situations where government employees made decisions. And let's look at hiring decisions, where Kevin Siswico was hired, even though he legitimately answered his employment application. He legitimately put it out that he did not have the experience required, but the port director or deputy director made the decision to hire him anyway for a position that he wasn't qualified for. I think the bill on that came to like $800,000. And who paid? Not the administration official who hired him illegally.
Now that gets passed down. 9:28 in the morning. All right, a couple other things that we'll play around with, and the rest of it you can find Ken. Ken will give you the long and short on it. Jose Martinez, I made a crack about the Youth Congress. He says it's a career politician incubator. Time to dissolve it. There are many people in our political world that got their start in the Youth Congress and never bothered to actually go get a job anywhere. And just say, hey, this is kind of cushy. We can do all kinds of stuff. If we keep something like the Youth Congress or this version of the Youth Congress around these days, there's a very, very good chance that there will not just be Pride Month. We'll have a Pride holiday. They're going to say, you know what, we need to have a day in June that's set aside, and we should make this a holiday. And who in these politically correct and, oh, my God, we're so woke times has got the courage to say, what are you kidding? Get out of here with that. 9:29 in the morning. Ken, I'm going to let you run here. And appreciate your time. And the next time you've got some more earned media, feel free to call in and tell us all about it.
Will do.
Thank you, buddy.
Talk to you later.
You will. 888-8255-888-TALK. It's the Ray Gibson Show until, are we working until 10 today?
I hope so, Ray.
All right, that's good. Okay.
I need the hours.
Might be able to make it that far. What's that? I got to check on something. I've been looking at the comments on the Facebook side. Are we having a fight? Is there a fight going on the Facebook side?
The boodle fight?
Well, I don't know. It's, okay. There's No, I'm not. I'm not going to throw any gasoline on this fire to try to put it out. I'm just going to say that there might be a couple of spicy conversations. Agree to disagree. Continue on as friends.
All right.
Shall we? Okay, Booney Dog Chamorro. I want to drone in my vote this year. Can I get my educational pamphlet in coloring book form? Elvis Canata with a great piece of advice. Don't do a search for Christina Aguilera and the LA Pride Parade. You won't be able to unsee it. Clearly, she's been doing some shopping over at the Playboy store, and that may be all I can say about that. Don't get vaxxed. Booney Dog says, Elvis, don't get vaxxed, or your eyes will be like Justin Bieber. Also says, get rid of the rhinos. That will solve 5 out of your 6 initiatives over there. Interesting point. And I don't don't think Youth Congress is a grooming institution. Is it me, or has that taken on a whole new meaning in the last year? There was a time you take the dog to the groomer, right? Or we're grooming Ray for a corner suite. We're grooming Joe for mornings on the radio, whatever. We're grooming. That's what you do. You take a candidate that might be good for. But now more than ever, I hear grooming in relation to the idea that there is going to be they're grooming the children. They're over-sexualizing the children and grooming them towards non-heterosexual activities. There seems to be a big conversation about all of that is taking place. What did they do in Florida? They said that you cannot have these trans reading parties to the kids. And then there's video floating around. I can't remember what state it is, where they actually, instead of having the drag queens come and read to the kids, they took the kids to a drag club.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Oh wow! Yeah. How about
Inappropriate,
that?
If you ask me.
I don't. Where are the parents? Where's mom and dad? I gotta. Mom, we're going on a field trip. Where are you going? White Swallow. Okay, no, you're not. Yeah, we are not going. No, in fact, I want to talk to your teacher. In fact, I want to talk to the school board. And there seems to be a whole lot of that. And the word that is being used, Booney Dog, is you're absolutely right. It is grooming. Studio time, 9:32. I'm going to groom my way into a commercial break and come back with more of whatever it is that I'm going to kill the next half hour with.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing the point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK to Mon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way. Yeah, 9:34. Yeah, that's right. I've also got a couple other thoughts in my head about things that if we could, would we change them? 9:30. Do you want to do term limits? Can we also do term limits? I mean, that to drive home the point of a large but part-time legislature that is going to be made up of people that want to get in there, serve for all of the people of Guam, not just the lucky chosen few that won the GovGuam lottery, but for all of the people of Guam. and just say, you know what, I'm going to do 2 terms, and then you're out. Got to go after that. There are voices that say that might be end up being appropriate. There are also other voices that say, actually, the term limits are the elections that we hold every couple of years. That's the term limit. But it doesn't that just feel like BS? Like it doesn't do enough. And the reason is because if you got the right last name, or you got the pretty face, or whatever it is on the pictures, the billboards at the right intersections, and you're waving at exactly the right time, aren't there people that will vote not based on any record that you have, not based on anything that you've actually done, but oh man, that's my par. I gotta vote for him. I gotta set aside a vote for him. You know what?
Or that's my friend's par.
Your friend's par is an idiot. Your friend, have you ever really actually talked to the guy and sorted stuff out? They say all the right words, but in the end of it, you just know that there's nothing back there but a pretty face, and you just know that they're cutting deals. How is it possible that you got people that are living so well on $55,000 a year? You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'd be willing to have that conversation or the debate on term limits, because it's something that I think we probably should at least discuss. If for no other reason. And I'd like to be able to, from time to time, be able to light fires under these people and let them know just how unpopular they are right now. But the truth of the matter, like I said, is that they're going to get out there and they're going to vote, and people are going to just, put the check mark next to their name, because I've always put a check mark next to that name. I remember voting for so-and-so's auntie back in the 1970s. Yeah, put a check mark on that one there, because that's so-and-so's niece or nephew or whatever. And, if it was good then, it's going to be good now. But we've got real problems around here. Price of gasoline, the price of electricity, price of everything in the store, if it is available. And I just don't feel like there's any serious people that are doing anything about it. The word is incumbent, because no good weasel gives no good weasels a bad name. Incumbent is a pretty interesting name, isn't it? 9:37. You want to do one of those things? Start the chant. Don't vote for anybody that is currently in office right now. If they're running for the same office and we still have the same crap that we're getting through now, what makes you think that it's going to get better just because they've been reelected into that office, into that
position? They need
position?
a job placement program, Ray, so that when they leave the legislature, they have something to fall back on.
They do. They did. I'm trying to remember who was working for who, but it was like one of those times where Frank Uggan wasn't in the legislature, and he had somebody, or was it Adolfo Palacios or somebody that was working for Frank? Was one of those things, like, we were voted out of office, but I'm still in government.
Yeah,
and you go, but wait. The reason you were voted out, because we didn't want you in government anymore, and now you're so-and-so's assistant or something like that. You're working at the governor's office. It's always strange. A couple of months after an election, when you start looking at the jobs and where guys end up. So bounce out over at the legislature, but find themselves working in a back office over at the governor's place. Anyway, 9:38 in the morning. What else we got about? Jose Martinez wanted me to ask Ken about equating the Heartbeat Act and laws like anti-smoking, etc. Jose, you and Bob can get into that this afternoon. That'll be fine with me. I'm not familiar enough with the statement that he might have made, equating the two of them, and so that's going to be your fight today. Michael Ebbio, Dale Audette, Jonathan Ramos checking out the program. Bunker's still there. Carl Meyer on, and Linda Gabriel. Buenos Afide, Juan Muffness. William John Shadowin agreeing with Jose on this, that it's time to eliminate. And when I say eliminate, I just mean dissolve, disband. I'm not talking about, getting these guys,
assassinated
over Two Lovers Point. Not that kind of eliminating the Youth Congress. One Muffness isn't this Youth Congress? Aren't they all Democrats?
I believe so,
and I don't think there is anybody in there that identifies as a conservative or has any conservative leanings.
They won't have those feelings until they reach like 19, 20.
Exactly. You know what? Until they see their first paycheck.
Feelings start coming out, man.
That's when it happens. Yeah. That's when it happened for me. When I started to question things was when I first got a paycheck and I saw how much they were taking out in taxes, and it was substantial. It felt substantial. You're a 16-year-old kid, and you worked your ass off for 2 weeks. I told you one of my first, non-family bosses was Richard Kreitcher, and he was a hard case.
Hard, yeah.
Yes. There was nothing easy about working. I mean, the hours were good, and it was, at the time kind of a lofty position to have.
Was that when you found out what that little pocket was for in your jeans?
Exactly.
There?
Exactly. It's supposed to be for condoms, but a lot of people are using it for their meth pipes. But anyway, I'm just saying. And so you work your tail off, and then you get your paycheck in 2 weeks. And in your head, you've made the calculation. This is how much I make an hour. This is how many hours I work.
You already bought stuff in your head.
Bought stuff in my head. Then all of a sudden, here comes all these deductions. I remember Social Security being one of them. I said, "Wait, hold on a second. How about if I make my own investments? Why do I have to give the money to the federal government? And then maybe it's going to be there when I die. When I get too old to enjoy spending it, right? What the hell?
As upper management, do you laugh at people that come in when they get their first check and they're young people and they're like, "What is this, sir?" Do you laugh?
Sit down, sit next to Daddy Ray, and let me tell you how things work around here. And this is what happens when you vote for your relatives, kids. Sophia Tenorio Havade to Harvey Egna says, "I like district voting." Nanette Delphin is online. Real Joe. Right click.
Right away, sir.
How about district senators? When Roe is online, they fired him and told those qualified they're overqualified or the position has been filled. William John Shadow, sodomy, Ray. The word you're looking for is sodomy. I try not to use that word at all in my personal in any aspect of my life. I cannot imagine any dimension of my life where the term sodomy would be
biblical word.
Yeah, handy. Yeah, I just. But I appreciate you pointing it out. So Frank Paris, movement to raise to 21 years old to own a rifle, but no age limit on children and drag queen, strip tease, gender identity. What the hell? It's the world that we live in. Again, it's what happens when you vote for your relatives. Frank Paris, good morning to Tattoo Shauna, George Castro, Dave Duenas, Colin Clark, Sandra Regis, and Vicente Polino online here this morning. Vicente, do me a favor. If it was really you, do me a favor, chime in again. I got a thing from you on the Facebook Messenger. It was a video. It was a link to a video.
Don't do it, man.
I usually don't, but I'm looking at the guy and saying, I know this Vince Polino. I just want to make sure that maybe your account might have been hacked, Brad. Rico says no to incumbents. Vote your conscience. Vote smart. 2022 says Dave Duenas. Vote my conscience. Vote my conscience. How bad will I feel when so-and-so is unemployed? Not bad at all. Okay, yeah, I can vote like that. Nick Perlowski, I like Tello's recycled motto, expect results. When? When can we expect any results from her? Ike Sablon, good morning to Susan Tupajna Bajkusa and Scott K. Armstrong in the program. All right, well, let me throw another one at you. Since we're talking about putting limits on people who clearly need to have limits, can we discuss age limits? Can we discuss the concept of an age limit here? Now, I detest the idea of ageism, and I'll tell you why. Because as I was having a good time at the beach on Sunday, I was hanging out with some young ladies, and I stood up in between a couple of coconut trees, and both of them simultaneously said, "Get out of the way." And I said, "Why?" Oh. And because there was boy eye candy. There was military boy, take me to the commissary eye candy. I mean, guys with actual abs and arms, like overgrown little boys, if you know what I mean, but he's just muscular. And get the hell out of the way. I said, "What? I'm at least as good looking as those guys over there." And they said, "Oh my God, Ray, yeah, you're a fine specimen of manhood, but you're 60. We are not interested in 60-year-old men." Now, I know I could have stayed in the fight. I know I could have, got into the conversation, stayed in there, and made points for guys of a certain generation that still have quite a lot to offer. But it was the first time in some time that I'd been hit with a kind of ageist view. It had nothing to do with whether or not I was as stunning as the group of Adonises that were in front of me. It says, "Oh, my God, you're 60. Or maybe that's a convenient excuse. Are there times where we ought to look at people that are running for political office around here and say, "No, you're too old for that job"? Like 35. Shouldn't 35 be this kind of a cutoff point?
Yeah, it's like the military, man. You can't get in.
Like Menudo. After a certain age, you got to get out. we gotta get you out of here. Well, all right, so fine. Maybe not here. Maybe we don't have too many examples of people that are way past their prime that are still in service. But we are seeing that kind of thing. I pointed out earlier in the broadcast how old guys like Biden are right now. How old Donald Trump is going to be when he decides if he's going to run in 2024. Pelosi in her 80s. And the more I hear her talk, the more it's clear that there might be a cognitive decline going on there, or the idea that they can just and maybe it's one of those things. Maybe it's the opposite of ageism, where Joe Biden talks and he says stupid things, and somebody's got to walk it back later. But I think in many cases they believe that they can say whatever they want to say, and it is truth. It is the absolute truth, and nobody's going to question them because, well, it's old slow Joe. Come on, give him a break. You know, he didn't have his Ensure today or something like that. But maybe we ought. Are there people in Washington, D.C. that are past their prime and ought to be, I don't want to say put out the pasture or eliminated again, but people that ought to maybe give it a second before they decide to run again, because the demands on the jobs are significant. So I'll get back to some of the points that are being brought up in a call now for people to begin not to question age limits, but to encourage younger people to take over for them. Chief strategist for President Obama, David Axelrod, over the weekend, there are many people in the Democrat community that are concerned about Biden's age and his tenacity. If he ran and won again, already the oldest president, he'd be 86 years old at the end of that second term. The presidency is a monstrously taxing job, and the stark reality is the president would be closer to 90 than 80 at the end of a second term, and that would be a major issue. People close to the president say that voters' qualms about age will be obviated by Biden being the only candidate who has beaten Trump. I'm leaving room in there for the deniers. And all the people that are watching the January 6th hearing. Anybody doing that? I have not spent a second even thinking about it. The day that they used the word insurrection, the day that they started using the word coup in relation to what happened on January the 6th, man. Oh, yeah, I rolled my eyes and say everything coming out of that side of Washington, D.C. is all going to be theater, kabuki, as you say, and just straight out bull. Carabao dust.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just censored myself there. Josh Kroshauer of National Journal delved into the issue in a podcast episode called Grumpy Old Men. David Gergen, himself 80, told Judy Woodruff on PBS's NewsHour that I don't watch, but Real Joe does religiously. I think people like Biden and Trump ought to both step back and leave open the door to younger people. What's the name of that guy down in Florida I like so much?
DeSantis?
Yeah. Maybe it's time for somebody like him, who maybe won't be as, he's direct, which is what I like about him, and he says what a lot of people are only thinking, which is another thing I like about him. And so maybe it's time for him and guys like him. If I say Ted Cruz, will everybody get mad? I mean, not that I should care about anybody getting mad.
I don't know why I like him, but I kind of like the way he just...
Grandpa Munster.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
That's the thing. Two of them have never been seen in the same place twice. I'm telling you. 948. On Point by the McKinsey & Company. It's another one of these think pieces that I subscribe to. Is likewise talking about passing the torch. Not so much age limits as much as we want to, as much as we can, encourage younger people.
Like AOC?
She's, okay. I think she's somewhat attractive. I dialed down the eyes a little bit.
Yeah, you're right about that.
You put some sunglasses on. She's got a lot of teeth.
Yeah,
but I'm just, I think in any other look in any other circumstance, Friday night at the Globe, Friday night at the Globe, right? I mean, she walks in with some of her other hot friends over at the beach bar, Jimmy's or something like that. Her and her, politics aside, hey, what you drinking? What's your star sign? Can I show you my tattoo? You would use up all of the phrases on somebody like that. So don't even Don't even. I mean, we can hate her for the politics and the bubble-headedness of some of the things that come out of her mouth. But yeah, and in other and I'm not. I wanted to use the S word. I wanted to use that word that William told me, but I'm not going to. No, I'm not. All right. Passing the torch is entitled here. Some of the most influential U.S. leaders have the same thing in common, declares former presidential advisor David Gergen. They're too old. Gergen says the baby boomer generation and their elders should stop trying to hold on to power and step aside so young people, including an impressive cohort of veterans and black women, can lead. An 80-year-old himself, Gergen says the U.S. Executive Office of the President requires a younger, sharper mind. Says a moral crisis. The U.S. faces a moral crisis that demands the talent of young people. Younger generations are hungry for tough, character-forming leadership experiences as seen with young activist leaders fighting for changes in the environmental and civil rights arena. Character, capability, and courage are leadership essentials, yet too many students plan to work in the private sector. We need to offer up public service in a very big way, says Gergen. What I see in the younger generations is real promise. They have steel in them. They have an inner discipline, and they care greatly about the country. See, now being a 60-year-old myself, are you ready to hand the mantle of leadership over to soy boys and seltzer girls? Is it that time? Are you that confident in them? I mean, imagine them as doctors. Imagine them as doctors. Would you lay down on their table? Would you go under the knife with this set of doctors in that kind of context? Maybe no. Is it okay to let them run? I don't know, the government. So anyway, lots to ponder, lots to think about. 9:51 and change on the Ray Gibson Show. I think I'm going to take another quick break here and come and resolve the next few minutes of the program. So stay right there.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with Dad.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
9:53, and my esteemed producer, Real Joe Cruz, pointing out that today on the calendar is Donald Trump's birthday. That's his birthday. That's my president. That's my president.
How old is he now? 82?
76.
76.
76 years
still
old.
Kicking, man.
Could still do. 76 is the new 60. Might actually be. He's my president, and I don't make any bones about it. I thought he was the right guy that we needed, and I think he's still the right guy that we need. But I don't know that even if by some miracle somebody comes out and says, yeah, you know what, we checked, and there sure was, I'm not going to say that there was cheating, but there was sure a whole lot of mistakes and miscalculations, and Joe didn't get $81 million like everybody says he did, and so we're going to let Donald Trump be the president again, right? Make America great again. But even if we got Trump in there now, do you think that he could do anything material right now that would turn the ship back around? Or has it sailed too far The only way to do this now is we're going to have to just brace, hold on tight. It's going to be a bumpy ride, and then we'll get back into calmer waters later in 2024, 2025. Is it possible that even the Donald could not repair what Biden and most of the rest of Washington, D.C. has screwed up so far? Is it possible that even Trump comes down? I looked at the problem. I can't fix this. No, you know what we're going to have to do? We're just going to start all over again. That's a redraw the lines on the states and all of that kind of thing. I don't know. Donald Trump, 76 years old. Boy George, as in the Culture Club,
my favorite,
is 61 years old today. And if you're looking for things to celebrate, Family History Day. It's something we ought to ponder, all of us. There are people in our families generations ago, and if you don't know who your great-grandfather or great-grandmother was, you ought to ask. Start finding out. I think the things that we know and learn about the generations that came before us and the kind of heroism that just day-to-day life caused them to go through. Can you imagine? Well, I tell you what, we're going to. I got a feeling, things keep moving in this direction. I think life with electricity is going to start having to be, that's going to be a pretty tough choice that we're going to be making. What do we want to do here? Run the air condition or get food, get groceries? Because I think for some people, those decisions are being made in real time. We're just not hearing a whole lot about it. Family history, it's Flag Day. Flag Day. And I wish I'd have seen this yesterday because I have right next to the door at the house a beautiful American flag that was given to me by my friend Lee Weber.
You got it up, posted up? Or it's on the wall? Or?
Yeah, I've got it folded.
Oh, okay.
I got a nice fold. I got one that's like a funeral fold on
it's
on
like
the
a
thing.
Triangle. Yeah.
So if you've got your flag, get it out there and fly it. World Blood Honor Day. Can I just say how I don't know, it's kind of disrespectful, I thought. Disrespectful is the word when they planted all those pride flags in front of the Cathedral Basilica over at the legislature. Why does it feel like, and I'm not trying to give anybody a hard time here, but why does it feel like that's like more important than people being able to? It's like that's the priority, is we have to show that we've got this pride, that we're down with the pride and be down with the gays. But while you're being down with the gays, can you solve our problems here? Is there any way that we can work on some of this stuff? People are paying too much for food and electricity and gas. Great, we have flags, wonderful. But why was that somebody's priority instead of solving our problems? The same question that you ask over at the legislature. But there's no Catholic church in front of Adelup. No Catholic church in front of Adelup. There is in front of the cathedral. And if I was the archbishop, I would have gone out there and pulled every single one of those things up, put them on the other side of the legislature. What do we got here? Anything else to celebrate? World Pet Memorial Day.
Oh, wow, man.
I know I said, do I want to end on that bummer of a note here? Not too far away from that American flag Lee Weber gave me is I've got the ashes of my dog, Mocha, my trusted and faithful companion of 16 years, the swellest dog anybody ever knew. And life changer, that animal. Good companion. And he's gone to the Rainbow Bridge. And I want to thank Dennis Larson and his wife for having the capability of being able to take me in at a rough patch in my life and take care of Mocha's ashes for me. Okay, and never mind. No, I was going to say who else is sharing the ashes in that canister, but I'm not going to. 9:58 and change. 888-8255, 888-TALK. All kinds of other fun stuff to talk about here on the radio, and we'll get to plenty of it later on. It's time now, though. While I'm thinking about it, and we need to actually work on this. I'm not just going to riff and then not do anything about it. But the State of the Island address is coming up on the 22nd. The governor will be over at the legislature, and they'll gavel in, and they'll inafresi, and all of the other time waste and stuff that they're going to do. And then eventually the governor's going to get up there after thanking and naming virtually everyone in the room, and then spend the next hour, maybe hour and a half, gaslighting. I got that feeling. That's what's going to be. So we need to put together one of a couple of different, drinking games or State of the Island bingo. When we talk about, when she brings up how many people have been vaccinated, that's one. We got to throw that in there. How much money? Any time that the word programman is used, that's a shot right there. You know what I'm saying? PUAs, just whatever. Just think about all of the stuff in the last year, and then throw that into the mix and see who can get to blackout bingo before anybody else does. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, or darn close to it, 9:59 and change. I got stuff I got to take care of today. Hopefully the air conditioning guy over at the service bay has got the air conditioning gizmo fixed, because if you thought your life sucked, hi, how about mine? I got a gray on a silver truck that I drive. Has dual air conditioners, and the one on the passenger side, Arctic, baby, Arctic. The one on the driver's side blows hot air out, even if it's cold. And so they weren't able to get it done, but I think the gizmo is fixed, so we'll see what happens in the middle of the hottest season that in my memory. Anyway, I got to go. Stop complaining, Ray. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Hoping to connect the dots. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The House committee investigating the January 6th riot held another public hearing this morning, where top aides of former President Trump gave the panel an inside look of what happened on election night.
Former Trump advisor Jason Miller told the committee that a sauced Rudy Giuliani caught the president's ear late on election night.
There were suggestions by, I believe it was Mayor Giuliani, to go and declare victory and say that we'd won it outright.
The committee then played video of President Trump revving up people about election allegations.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The committee showed depositions from shocked Trump officials as the president fanned the voter fraud flame.
Fox's Chad Pergam at the Capitol. The panel's trying to show President Trump's actions resulted in the storming of the Capitol. Prosecutors in Philadelphia say a Virginia man arrested in November 2020 after driving to the Pennsylvania Convention Center where votes were being counted, who was carrying guns, ammo, and lock-picking tools, likely played a larger role in the January 6th riot